Hey everybody, how's it going? Welcome to a chill Sunday afternoon stream featuring some Super Nintendo games. So, I actually had started playing this, Link to the Past, last night. And I got to, second dungeon, picked up some heart pieces and whatnot. And it looks like my my save is gone. So it looks like the battery in my original Link to the Past cartridge might finally need to be replaced. So that's too bad, but either way, we can still start it up and play this a little bit. Check out that great intro. I mean, it's an inevitability, all batteries and all cartridges are going to die at some point. They can be replaced, though, fortunately. So I'll probably do that at some point with this cartridge. But I do have the SD2 SNES, so I could always just use that as well. Yeah, something I was reflecting on last night when I was playing this is how, relatively speaking, of course, how serious the setting seems to be with all the girls being kidnapped, sacrificed, all of these soldiers who presumably were, regular, virtuous knight kind of guys, are possessed by Aghanim and must be killed by Link because you're standing in his way. I know they're restored in the ending, but I mean, Link is hitting them with a sword, so. That's too bad about that save file. But it's all good. It's a great intro, I don't mind replaying it. Yeah, apologize to any of you guys who have are waiting for a stream before this. I haven't streamed in a week or so. Just had some other things come up and things that required my focus. But sorry about that. So, to make up for it, I decided to start significantly earlier today. And hopefully go for a nice long sesh. And I don't want to jinx myself, but happy to be playing on the reliable Super Nintendo and not have to worry so much about technical issues coming up, like with my dying PS2. Which I still need to get replaced, by the way. And I'm wondering if I should go with Slim or the OG Thick. So the other thing I was reflecting on, I was playing this last night, is how effective this intro castle serves as a tutorial. Even as someone who had maybe played Zelda 1 or 2. And it still holds up now, of course. There's somebody newer to games, but the concepts of the locked doors and having to look around and stuff, it really gently eases you into it without being overbearing. That literally first example, the key's in the same room. It's oh, where is it? Guard's holding it. So, teaching you two things. Number one, you're going to have to find keys. Number two, sometimes you may have to take out all the enemies in a room. but just overall having to use a little bit of ingenuity to progress through the game. I go back and forth on which is my favorite, this or Ocarina of Time. Obviously both very influential, important games. It's like the pinnacle or the definition of 2D, you know, action adventure game. And then the same thing with Ocarina in 3D. Boomerang totally trivializes this guy. First things first, Zelda. Go see what's in this treasure chest. Hey Sabotage, how you doing? Yeah, the wizard is magically controlling all the soldiers in the castle. So, I mean, they're kind of innocent in a way. I mean, we need to defend ourselves, but I think he's killing these innocent knights, these soldiers. If you guys ever played Link Between Worlds on the 3DS, I would really, really highly recommend that game. I played it when it came out, and in my opinion, that's one of the best games in the series. It's a great sequel to this, but I think it's just really top-notch. You know, I think it was, for its time when it came out, it was my favorite Zelda since probably Wind Waker. I think you're starting to see some of the seeds of like Breath of the Wild in that game, where it's like, let's bring some of the freedom back to Zelda. Let's not, you know, we need to course correct a little bit after Skyward Sword. Those other DS games, Spirit Tracks, jeez. But Link Between Worlds, you get a lot of freedom in how you want to progress through the game, what, you know, how you want to do, what order you want to do things in and whatnot. And that was really fantastic. Should play through that again, actually. I busted out my 3DS pretty recently, actually, within the last week. First time in probably a couple years, turned my 3DS on and it still had a charge, which is great. Did I hear about Kojima making a deal with Xbox? No, I didn't. Is Kojima Studios going exclusive to Xbox or Microsoft? Because if so, that'd be pretty wild. Even so, if you did, honestly, I haven't heard about it, like I said, but if so, you know, I think Microsoft games at this point are both Xbox and PC. So if there was something really great, I'm sure I could still grab it on PC. But honestly, I've mentioned this before, I've kind of mixed feelings about Kojima these days. You know, I do enjoy the Metal Gear Solid series, but I do think he's, I think he's starting to get kind of high on his own supply a little bit. You know, Death Stranding, oh man. One thing I really don't understand, I don't want to offend anybody here, but I really don't get why he's treated like this auteur, like storytelling genius, and it's like, You ever read a Tom Clancy novel? Or watch like a 90s, military action movie? It's like, this guy, this is where all his ideas are coming from. That and just like anime stuff. That Summer Games Fest, obviously watching that paid off because of the Elden Ring reveal, but I was watching with a friend, and we both laughed our asses off at Death Stranding Director's Cut. It's like as if the original game wasn't like completely 100% indulgent to like whatever he wanted to do for his vision, Like, yeah, okay. So we'll see. Really, the only thing I want at this point, I mean, this wouldn't even have to be him, but if Konami pulled their heads out of their asses and made, using that Fox engine, proper remakes of the first two Metal Gear games. Metal Gear 1 and 2. You don't have to reinvent the wheel, just make like a couple really satisfying little single-player campaigns with those settings and storylines, use those same MGS5 mechanics. I mean, obviously without the base building stuff. That'd be fantastic. It's like having done this literally about 12 hours ago. I'm blazing through this pretty quickly. Yeah, let's see how fast we can get this first pendant. Something I've never tried. Do you have to go to the village? Oh, do you have to go to the village to then go find the Elder? What happens if you go straight to where the Elder is? Let's try that. So I'm not familiar with speedrunning strats with this game at all, so let's try it. Let's try it out. We'll go straight to the Eastern Palace. See if he's home. He'll be like out getting lunch or something. So we'll try and play somewhat pacifist with the knights, given that they are possessed or whatever. What's going on with the stream? Low bit rate. Oh, what is up with that? There, hold on a sec here. What is going on in the stream? This is doing alright. Alright. Yeah, I think that would be with the remakes, Metal Gear 1 and 2. That's just like leaving money on the table at this point. He is here. Sweet. Yeah, that's interesting. How many bombs do we? I mean, you could say that, I guess. I've said this before about pretty much all the Konami classic franchises that are just withering on the vine. Castlevania, Contra, Mystical Ninja, Silent Hill. All games that people could be making great games with. This piece of music here for the dungeon, I always thought is pretty underrated. Really cool, ominous track. So he might, yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Because he's got, I mean, didn't Death Stranding get entirely, like, funded by Sony? They must have came to him with some kind of insane deal. It's like, we're gonna give you personally $1 million and then fund whatever you want, like blank check. Oh, these pots are quite a bit more powerful than Link's level 1 sword. There's a game that I've been working on myself now for about a decade, honestly. Not continuously, but on and off. That is kind of a blend between this style game design, you know, classic 2D Zelda, combined with Diablo, in the sense that there's 3 playable classes, each with different skills, and you can build them however you want to do it. So an action RPG with lots of different story outcomes too. You know, some more of like the Western RPG influence, where you get to really have a lot of impact in how the story goes and outcomes of side quests and stuff. I've been working on that for a really long time. But I think sometime within the next year or two, should finally be able to finish it. But it's definitely been a long time coming. Sorry if the stream is a little choppy. I'm not sure what's going on with my internet. So I have very, very fast internet, but seems like there's some kind of issue right now. Yeah. Well, thanks, so when I'm ready to show it, I will definitely reveal it on this trailer. I'll reveal it on this channel. I'll do like a proper trailer and everything. But yeah, I'm trying to take my time with it because I really want it to be like I want to just like drop it. You know, it's like, here's a trailer, comes out in 1 week, and it's ready to go. No early access, no beta stuff, no like waiting for it to be done for like another 6 months or a year and then a delay. Like, no. When it's good and ready, you guys will see it here first, and then you'll be able to play it within a week. But, like I said, it'll probably be at least another year. Well, maybe not a full year, but I guess it depends. But it is still being worked on. The majority of the stuff that's slowing me down on it, it's not so much the like coding or like art aspect of it. It's more just like coming up with design elements, like good dungeon design, you know, interesting side quests and stuff. Which I have plenty of ideas for, but obviously I want it to be really good. I'll say something that definitely influenced me for sure was, I mean, of course this, but the Souls series. I mean, it probably goes without saying, you know, with me, but just the concept of this like interconnected level design, like shortcuts connecting back in surprising ways. I guess that's kind of that Metroidvania kind of design element. Yeah, watch out for that one. Wait for him to rumble, stand up. I really like the little touch of the arrow kind of like sticking in and then the momentum like wiggling the end of it a bit. Nice effect. No problem. See how long we've been playing this one. So we'll go to the second dungeon. This game's pretty easy to rush through when you know you're going. Could probably make it to the Dark World in less than an hour. So I'm not familiar with the speedrunning of this game at all, so that's probably like child's play, but just through my own like playing through it several times. This game has the perfect balance of storyline and gameplay, in my opinion. And they really, you know, they got back on track recently with Breath of the Wild, but it's just the right level of motivation for your character, dialogue, you know, little bits here and there to flesh out the world, but leaving you in the driver's seat, which I really appreciate. Was, you know, obviously the kind of the norm at the time, but it's just enough to kind of stimulate the imagination a bit. Let's go grab that book in the library. It's our pacifist run here. I'm not going to bother grabbing any non-essentials just because the save file isn't going to save. Because as I discovered when I first turned this on, if you're just tuning in, the save battery is finally gone, so there will be... The game can't actually save, unfortunately. So we'll just blaze through this really fast. Looking at this from an evolution of Zelda 1, you can see there's a lot of iterative design ideas. Like, obviously they returned to more of the format of that game versus Zelda 2, which obviously is a little more experimental in some ways in the side scrolling perspective for the bulk of the gameplay and whatnot. But let's go back to the top-down overworld. Yeah, that format, but just more of it. Like, let's make it more dynamic, more fleshed out. You know, different biomes in the world of Hyrule. So not just like some different palettes here and there for basically the same stuff, but a proper forest area, desert area, lake area, mountain area. And of course, gone even further with the whole Dark World concept. So I got this game, I want to say I was like 4 or 5 years old. So I wasn't able to fully appreciate it at the time, obviously, but I've played it many, many times since then. Kind of looks like Link's doing the sign of the cross there, huh? I mean, there's a cross on your shield in Zelda 1, but obviously I don't think that really means anything. So, I think, should I try and beat this dungeon or should I go on to the next game? See how fast I can crush it. No big key. I'll try and beat this dungeon first. Hi to desire Sahas. I've never been able to pronounce that. Sahasrala must never fail to find all the treasures in the dungeon. Got it. Can't remember. Is that the only time in the game you use that book? No, you use it for the medallions, for like the special abilities, right? If I recall correctly. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. It's been a few years since I played this. At some point, I might do a full video on Ocarina of Time. So the game I do feel pretty passionately about, could say a lot about, but on the other hand, I feel like it, you know, am I going to be able to say anything original about it? You know, or is it just going to be redundant stuff? This game came out 30 years ago now, 1991. Just crazy. It holds up. Seeing games like Doom came back, I'd love to see a SOCOM or another Fear. Yeah, absolutely. That'd be really cool. Especially Fear, I'd love to see a modern Fear. It's funny, with Alma, she's kind of that, you know, that era with horror movies, you know, like the spooky little girl, like the hair on her face. So I wonder if they would keep her or introduce some other kind of horror element. Not even sure if I can like think of if there is one these days. I feel like a lot of the popular horror movies now are less. It's more about like half-baked like allegory for some kind of social issue versus that kind of thing. So, who knows? But I would like to see another Fear. That is a great game. I was actually playing, just mentioned Doom, I was playing the original Doom recently as well. Just like blasted through knee deep in the dead. I love that game so much. Oops. Playing a little sloppy here. The hard piece and stop that annoying beeping. There we go. Ooh, got it and lost it just like that. Obviously this is a hindsight kind of observation here, but the low health beep, maybe it could have just been, you know, like one beep upon, you know, like entering a room. Just as like a little reminder. He's got wall hacks. He's got wall hacks. Oh. Went to the movies to see A Quiet Place. Nothing but cheap jump scares. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of that one. Not a big fan of that one. I mean, the central concept is a little ridiculous, right? But yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen a horror movie that I really was into. That being said, I definitely don't go out of my way to like find new ones. So if anyone has any recommendations for good new horror movies, I'm all ears. shit. Wow, okay. I forgot that these guys were snipers. I don't know if you would even technically classify it as a horror movie, but the last one I saw was that semi-sequel to The Shining. And oh man. By the point they have Jack Torrance's ghost show up, I was ready to turn it off. You know, it's like redoing the bar scene from the original, you know, film, The Shining. It's just, so maybe this is somewhat related, but my hope for the Breath of the Wild sequel, because I love Breath of the Wild, but what I really hope for that game is basically keep everything you had in Breath of the Wild, but put in some more traditional thematic dungeons, you know, that have clear, kind of distinct atmospheres, music, puzzles. You know, I enjoyed all the shrines and in Breath of the Wild, but it was sad to see the lack of kind of environmental dungeon diversity that had been such a staple of the series. That I realize, you know, they did so much work with the main game and the overworld and all like the interconnecting, you know, physics and elemental systems, that they had their work cut out for them already. But now that they have those things in place, I'm really hoping to see maybe a few more of those traditional things return. But really, just more of like a pronounced soundtrack too. So that game does have a great soundtrack when you get proper like musical pieces, and I enjoy the environmental ambience. Don't get me wrong, but you know, for a series that has such like a rich musical legacy, that was a little bit of a letdown. Playing like a fool here. Take this last worm out and focus. This game is a bit harder than most of the latter titles. Although that could be said with most series, probably. I see that my internet connection here is a bit crap, so I'm gonna see what I can do about that. I'm gonna go check, make sure that my phone hasn't like turned itself on. You guys ever have this happen? You like get a text or something, and like reactivates a YouTube video that you were watching before you turned your phone off, so then it's just perpetually gets stuck back in playing stuff. I'll be right back. Alright, back. Hopefully, Wi-Fi is a little better. Let's see. Let me tweak something here. Just in the OBS settings. If I can. I'm gonna turn down the bitrate a little bit. So we are playing a Super Nintendo game here too, so maybe not necessary to have 9,000. Alright, should be good. But let's switch to another game, shall we? Link to the Past, obviously a classic, but it's not much sense going too far in that right now, considering the battery isn't going to save the file. So let's try another game I was playing last night. Started a new file on. Let's see if battery on this one's holding out. Another game that I purchased on release. Or I should say my parents got for me as I was 6 years old. You know, as far as a system for JRPGs go, I don't think you can... I don't think anyone could debate that the Super Nintendo was where it's at. I mean, 3 excellent Final Fantasy games. 6 probably being the best in the series, in my opinion. Chrono Trigger, Super Mario RPG, Earthbound, some Dragon Quest games as well. And then Japan remakes of the first 3 Dragon Quest games. I mean, plenty more. But this game I have a big spot in my heart for. Like probably many other people do. It's just so fun, nice looking, nice sounding. Really just a pleasant, you know, positive, chill kind of game. Let's see. So let's see if the save files are still there. Fingers crossed. They are. Great. So we've got Hoot, Hyde, and Marjo. These first 2, these are my original files from when I first played it. Back in '96. It's pretty cool to still have those there. But we'll resume here. If you haven't played the game, the intro is basically, you know, Peach gets kidnapped and then Mario goes to Bowser's castle, but then some sinister third party takes over the castle and boots Mario out. So now we gotta figure out what's going on. In this game, like Donkey Kong Country, used pre-rendered CGI to generate 2D sprites for the system, giving it that kind of quasi-3D look, which I think still looks really good. But it's interesting now, because even on the PVM I'm playing it on, with RGB, you can see kind of like compression artifacts in the dirt and stuff here. But it's all good. Also a great translation. Square came a long way from Final Fantasy IV. I mean, you compare the translation in that to 6, Chrono Trigger, and this. Night and day. You're just so well-traveled and experienced, Mario. Sarcastic Toad. Yes. Time tips. Why don't more RPGs use this? That's why when I was playing this, like, oh, this will definitely be in all the JRPGs going forward. This will definitely be in the next Final Fantasy game. Nope. Yeah, with speaking of Final Fantasy 7, I was trying to get that set up on my computer with all the mods and everything, which I've done before, but I've done before successfully, I need to say. But what I wasn't able to the other night. I was trying, just banging my head against the wall for a few hours trying to get that going, like the upscaled backgrounds and everything. It just would not run with any of the mods. This game has a great soundtrack. This is probably one of those like technical limitation things, but I mean, there's obviously some level of aesthetic choice in there as well, but the way the stages just kind of end, so it looks like you're running around in some kind of like abstract suspended diorama. Just looks really nice. I like pretty much all the Mario RPG games, but this is still my favorite. I haven't played the newest Paper Mario games, but those ones were good. N64 and Thousand Year Door on GameCube. I don't know how long I'll play this one, just because I know that watching somebody play a single-player turn-based RPG can sometimes be kind of boring, but we'll see. Just enjoy the vibes a little bit. I have a few more games in mind for today. Nice stack of games. Might round it out with another crack at Contra 3 to make up for that botched playthrough stream from a few weeks ago. Hammer, bro. Yeah, I'll take this guy on save and I'll go on the next one. Just these guys. Hammer time. Ooh. Well, guess I probably should have been looking at my HP, huh? That's alright. Move on to the next game now. That's fine. That's fine. So, this one, very underrated game in my opinion. It does have, you know, a decent amount of, you know, the online cred and whatnot these days, but still an underrated game overall, in my opinion. I just did the blow trick. There we go. If you're a fan of Demon's Souls, you probably appreciate the aesthetic of this game. I know I do. I think aesthetically this has got to be the darkest game on the Super Nintendo. I got this. A friend of mine, I saw a friend of mine playing it back in the day. And I asked my parents to get it. And they got it for me, and they gave it to me as a Valentine's Day present. Something kind of ironic about that in a way. Demon Souls. No, Demon's Crest. You want to talk about games that deserve to be revisited? I would love a modern version of this. Take the RE engine, you know, the gameplay could be somewhere between, you know, Devil May Cry 5 and something more like exploratory based. But this kind of aesthetic would be huge. I like the Ghosts and Goblins games, but I think this is much better than any of those. This has multiple endings, lots of freedom in how you play through it, lots of different, you know, lots of secrets, a lot of replay value. Really great game. And I know Nintendo kind of started to ease up on their like gore and whatnot policies about halfway through the Super Nintendo's life. I think starting really around not Super Mario 2, Mortal Kombat 2, but this game I think represents a lot of that, you know, kind of additional freedom that maybe developers were starting to get as far as content goes. With this game, I feel like there's a big Zdarsky, Beksinski kind of influence, you know? There's some covers on YouTube you can find of somebody performing some pieces from this game, accompanied with some of Beksinski's artwork. And it's really, really haunting stuff. Yeah, I love this game. Just these little details. So like, not just these trees in the foreground, but even the ones in the back, the way the torches are casting kind of a glimmering light on the trees. There's quite a few things about this too where, you know, you get some level of information about the world that this is taking place in. The demon world or hell world or whatever. It's not super fleshed out, but again, like games this era, just enough to kind of stimulate the imagination a little bit. One aspect I'm always kind of thinking about with this, you know, you're just running around, you're seeing the demons and whatnot, demonic characters, some friendly, most not. But there are plenty of human skeletons around too, like here. Like, what's the story with those? This huge pile of human skulls. Is this hell? Is this what this is taking place in? It's very macabre, but I think like the Souls games in a way that's really beautiful and kind of mesmerizing. Definitely a 180 from Mario RPG. So this game is kind of similar to Mega Man X, which is a Mega Man, but Mega Man X obviously as well. And that you start off and you just like kind of have this like base attack and a somewhat limited moveset, but the bosses you defeat give you additional powers and abilities. You can do them in any order. Then some have weaknesses to others, resistances to other ones, all that good stuff. Yeah, a lot of freedom in this. Yeah, look at that background. This is the whole everything about this. I love it. The color palette. It just all comes together so well. Yeah, this is like the equivalent of Dark Souls 3, but in 2D. Basically. I recently finished yet another playthrough of that game. It's not my favorite Souls game, but it might be the one I have. Well, it's probably the one I have the most hours in. Or it's just the most like pick up and play. Definitely the most linear, but still fantastic. I'm very excited for Elden Ring, of course, but part of me does wish, or hopes at some point they revisit the aesthetic of Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1, where it seemed like their lighting system, or I should say, just like their choices regarding lighting, were a lot more contrast heavy. It's like there's so many areas in those two games you're moving through them, and it's just shrouded in darkness, and the screen is just black, other than some of the area around your character and where you're looking. And just like using that degree of more realistic lighting. It's like really, really provocative, really great looking. Watch your progress, and I'm glad that I shall be the one to put an end to your petty crusade. I believe you have heard of me. I am Arma. I will be your executioner. So this guy is kind of like your rival character. You fight him a few times throughout the game, and he kind of one of those classic things where you know, gradually gains respect for you, for your abilities. Just good design, you know, he's in that way, appropriately, pretty similar to Firebrand's design, but interestingly, the fact that he has angel, like what would be traditionally considered angel wings versus Firebrand's demonic wings, is a cool touch. It's like Firebrand himself, the character you're playing as, is, you know, not really a hero, per se. I guess it depends on what ending you get. Look forward to our next encounter. Yeah, so here's our first example of like the Mega Man thing. Get these different crests, which are basically just like the robot master powers in Mega Man. You can morph into the G Gargoyle. Yeah. Yeah. How great, like, this is fantastic. I love this. Just fly around and you land on wherever you want to go. Switch to a map view if you need it. You can do these in any order, and depending on the way you do, yeah, there are different outcomes, and there are multiple exits for each stage. Play a bit of the second level. It's like, again, with the human stuff, it's like, these look like human buildings. Those are human skeletons hanging out of the window. What is this? So there's the G gargoyle. The swole gargoyle. The general was wearing uniform, something like yours. Saw him run and break one of those fountains. Yeah, so we just got like, we look like Arma now, the guy we just took out. And if we switch back to our regular identity, there's something else to say. Are you a stranger here? Yeah. Say that the red demon known as Firebrand has risen. He nearly burned the demon realm to ashes years ago. If Phalanx had not rescued us, we would all be dead, thanks to that arrogant fool, Firebrand. Take care of yourself. Yeah, and there's something else he says if you say, no, you're not a stranger. You know, I try to avoid just like speaking in like the general terms stuff like, oh, this game is such a great vibe. But it does. It really does. So there are very few games I've played that are like this. So obviously, you know, this is a spin-off of Ghosts and Goblins. And it is actually the third game in the series featuring Firebrand as the main character. It's a game on the NES and a game on the Game Boy. But neither of those are as dark as this game. They really went all out with this. So there's a secret area here. Check this out. Lots of secrets. This is one of the many games I got with box and manual, and unfortunately, one of the games that I lost those things over the years, or just threw them away. It's you know, so you don't realize when you're a kid just how like nice it would be to have those things. And then just from a financial aspect, I mean, the way retro games are now, just like the pricing and stuff is so out of control. You can sell just boxes and manuals and make a good chunk of change. I'll try this area again. can get an ability to like gain proper flying, being able to move up and down, but natively Firebrand can only basically hover, which helps kind of tweak the difficulty appropriately a little bit, so you're not just able to fly over all the obstacles. Surprising amount of base. This guy, his little bites. So a similar mechanic to Link to the Past there, like the gradual light levels, instead of it just being a binary thing. Getting 2 or 3 levels of light. Yeah, this is definitely one of those games, another game I might do like a proper video on at some point. Maybe more of a Halloween title. But worth going back and giving a really proper in-depth look at. All the bosses have this thing where they get progressively redder as they're damaged. An indication of how much damage you're doing. Yeah, I'll take this boss out and then we'll go to another game probably. Not the most exciting boss, admittedly. Looks cool though, no doubt about that. If we take this last little eyeball out, the big one comes out. Yeah, Miyazaki should play this. He could definitely mine this for some cool ideas. At least as far as boss designs go. Almost dead. Can we do it? Let's see it. Ooh! Alright. Yeah, that'll do it for Demon's Souls. Excuse me, Demon's Crest. So next up, we'll play a 2D fighter, which was... Oh, I've never heard anyone else talk about it, despite it being a licensed property of one of the most popular franchises of the 90s. So play a little bit of it. And yes, I know you're not supposed to blow into Super Nintendo cartridges, because long time it can do damage, but for the sake of brevity and getting this going, we're going to do it today here. If this cartridge decides to cooperate. The reason that works, basically, is when you breathe on the cartridge, you blow on it, that slight bit of moisture that's coming out in your breath is creating enough of a conductive element between the cartridge itself and the system that it can get a game going when normally it wouldn't otherwise. But obviously that moisture is corrosive, so that's not good. You don't want that on your valuable game cartridges there. But this looks like it might need a proper cleaning, so I'll give it one more try. And if that doesn't work, we'll try something else. All right. Yeah, something else. So, let's see. There we go. All right. So, okay, I mentioned earlier, this won't be the last thing I play today, but I did want to give this another shot on stream, considering how it went the last time I tried to play it. Which was to say, poorly, and riddled with technical issues, so let's do this and let's do it right. Let's do a playthrough of Contra 3, The Alien Wars. On hard, as it should be. I haven't played it since the last stream, so I might be a little rusty again, but I think we can do it. I'm confident. Maybe bits where I'm not saying very much just because I'm trying to concentrate as much as possible. But do my best both ways in that regard. So probably the single biggest factor of difficulty increase going from normal to hard, I mean it's the same thing with easy too, but easy and normal to hard, is all the enemy projectiles are now twice as fast. It's not just that there's more of them, it's that they're now literally going twice as fast as they were before. So that's probably the hardest thing to get used to. But it can be done. Also knowing things like the red guys are the ones that are actually going to take shots at you, the blue guys are just going to try and charge you. Cross shot, speedrunner's choice. Having two crush is ideal, but the laser is a nice secondary option. So the function is very similar. Just tons of damage. Doing that kind of alternating fire where you're hitting like a switch gun button while shooting. Pop out a lot of shots really quickly. Take out bosses extremely fast. It's really, you know, most of this game is, it's hard, but like I've said in the, my proper video for it, it's fair. So only until you get to the final boss, his second form, which is the last form you fight on normal, that's when a lot of chance comes into play, just because of the amount of forms he has, and then that whole roulette thing, when choosing between them. That was dumb. Couple dumb suicides there, but you can see how fast you can take them out when you just properly use the crush shot. But a proper playthrough of this game is like less than 30 minutes. So it can be a quick play if you know what you're doing. That classic jinxing myself. There we go. Probably best to try not to rush, but it's one of those games where aggressive play can really be rewarded. You can always duck under enemy fire in these modes, which is something I didn't know for years. Trey Chapman, what's up? Glad to have you on board. Welcome to the stream. Trying to blast through some Contra 3 at the moment, as you can see. Gonna like redeem my honor from the last time I tried to play this on stream. I'm curious to see if the same thing's gonna happen with the Terminator robots in regards to the audio. So, like when the big one comes out, there's like hits a low enough frequency that it temporarily blows out a speaker. So we'll see. If so, I won't make the same mistake I did last time. I'm trying to unplug the AV cable from the back of the Super Nintendo. I'll get it sorted out the right way. So far, pretty good. Duck that one. I probably should just suicide here, because odds are I will take another L before I get to the checkpoint. But we'll see. We'll go full alpha. Try to avoid that. God, this music is so hype. Konami, if you're listening, call me. Put me in charge of a new Contra game. I'll make the best one ever. I know what the people want. Alright, our first continue used up here on stage 3. Not ideal, but still doable. Still doable. Just really gotta focus. This game is no joke. Something so iconic about torching these guys with a flamethrower, isn't it? Very satisfying. gonna kick some ass. We got this. We got this time. Spread crush. Good combo for this. Kind of like an alternating pattern with the missiles here as you're going up the wall with this guy. But spread will take care of you. It's probably one of the more useful applications of it. I really got to get that that patched version of the ROM that like utilizes the SA1 chip. Although I guess technically it would be an emulation of it if you put it on a flash card or using an emulator. But it like gets rid of all the slowdown in the game. Which probably is going to make it a bit harder as a result, but it would be cool to try that out. It's crazy how simple yet challenging these classic games are. It can be. Yeah, absolutely. There's... I think a part of it is just the length of the game and kind of the expectation that, yeah, you're going to die a lot and you're going to have to replay a lot of the game over and over again until you're able to complete it. You know, this is a game that if you're new to it, if you were to sit down and try and beat it, it's going to take you several hours. But if you know what you're doing, it's going to take you like 25 minutes. It's definitely a different time, you know, philosophies of game design. Yeah, laser and crush. You see how fast that guy went down? It's insane. They're so much more powerful than the other guns. It's crazy. Kind of wanted to crush there, but that's alright. I think there's another one towards the top here. Spread. I don't want the spread. Yeah, I was talking to somebody recently. There's so many games that I haven't played still, you know? I've played a ton, but there's still so many I haven't played. Same thing with movies and books and whatnot. You know, if we were to stop now, humanity were to just like stop producing media content, we would still have enough for the rest of all of our lives. Like it's more than anyone could ever play in a single lifetime. So if it came down to it, it's like if the only thing I had to play was these kind of classic games, I'd still be fine with that. Alright. Doing good. 7 lives, both laser and crush. Feeling pretty confident here, knock on wood. And it didn't even blow out the audio. That's a good sign. That's the point right there when he comes through the door that it usually does. We lost our crush, but we still got the laser. We're in good shape. The timing on that is so tight. It's insane. Oh, it's so thrilling. But we crushed it. No pun intended. I think that's my favorite post-stage image. Just like confronting this like little Ronnie with the wings there. I love it. Go, go, go! This is a great spot to get some extra lives here. that we need too many, but... Ooh, let a missile get by. I don't know why I bother shooting these things. I don't think I've ever taken one of them out. This guy's a little tricky with the timing. In and out. Oh, got it. Flamethrower is a really good one to have here. Just gotta be quick with it. I gotta pick up some of the games on Steam that are kind of trying to be similar to this. Like Burning Steel, I think is one of them, or Blazing Steel. I always mix it up with a William Gibson novel. He has a novel called like Burning Chrome, but there's a 2D game a lot. It's really influenced by probably more so Contra Hardcores, but it's called Burning Chrome or Burning Steel or something like that. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, please let me know so I can get the name right. Because I did play the first stage of it a couple years ago and it was pretty sweet. There's like another one called Hunt Down, I think. You know, games keeping the 2D shooter dream alive. Konami certainly isn't. They released that like insanely like tone-deaf hardcore sequel recently that everyone was just like, what? Alright, I'm starting to lose focus here. Focus. What we also need is, like, we need a Contra movie. The fact that we didn't get one in the 90s is a shame, but we need it now. It's alright. Make up for lost time. Alright. Really burning through my lives here, I gotta focus. Alternates bottom and top gun. So much stuff to deal with here. The amount of concentration required is pretty demanding. Even once you take those two guns out, you still have to be constantly checking the position of these missiles. This thing has so much HP. There we go. Oh, God. Yeah, we definitely have to play something a little chiller after this one. This is a real clencher type game. A real sweaty hand type game. Gotta keep a handkerchief ready when we're playing this one. Moist towelette. Centipedes in these areas have a lot of HP. Very challenging. Ooh. Yeah, the management, the different pros and cons of the weapons here really starts to come a lot more important. Like, these guys are super weak to flame, but trying to manage like walking across these catwalks while hitting them with that, pretty challenging. All right, got a good amount of continues left, but gotta play smart because we'll probably need at least 2 of them for the last stage. Also like how it puts you directly on the end of the conveyor belt there. like a second from death if you don't immediately move. Yeah, these catwalks are brutal. Gotta really focus. Very challenging. Fortunately, I have that great contra music you can enjoy, even if I'm not currently going on about on some tangent like I usually am. I mentioned this last time, but I think one aspect of this game that I think they could have done a slightly better job with is telling you about the double tap and the rotation in game, because that's something without you're basically screwed in this section. And I don't think this is doable if you don't know about that. Like when you're getting rotated, you know, there's there's L and R on the controller to rotate. But if you don't know about that, you know, I mean, you can double tap L and R and it will like, I don't know how to phrase it, but you'll stop spinning basically. But if you don't know about that, you're screwed. It just becomes like this nauseating impossibility. Wild Guns is another very fun challenge shooter. Yeah, absolutely. That's a great game. There are some games that I'd like to do on stream, but once I have somebody to stream with, like get one of my friends on board, and play them together. And that's on that list, for sure. Wild Guns, Turtles in Time, Golden Axe, you know, those classic co-op kind of games. Yeah, this part. If you don't know about the rotation in this bit, you're screwed. You're gonna just throw up and then get a game over. That's all that's gonna happen to you. Wow, that was like a pixel close hitbox there. Yeah, this is what happens. Got him. All right. I don't want to jinx it, but we're doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. So messed up that you can fall off the sides too. Yeah. No mercy. This is the era of no mercy game design. Get a game over? So what? Try again. Too bad. Here we go where the aliens references really come to the forefront. Giving you the spread there is kind of interesting because it kind of just completely trivializes this guy. If you don't have a spread, it can be kind of challenging because those things can get out and around you, but with it, it's no big deal. I don't want the heat. Another quality of life thing in a hypothetical sequel somebody could do would basically be like the Symphony of the Night system, where the item like that you were holding bounces out, but you can pick it up again if you didn't mean to pick up the new one. Oh my god. Yeah, this is hardcore. Yeah, no talking for a sec while I try and deal with this. Oh my god. So damn intense. Whew. Alright. Ah, deep breath. Yeah, I'll take the laser. This is the point where you want the hard hitters. Close, close, close. The music change here, I mentioned it in the video, but I love this. It's like the shit gets real moment, that music change up. It's like, this is it, we can do it. Mixes up the strategy here. I think it's interesting. It's severely similar to that boss in stage 3. We're kind of playing chicken with him. That he has the same color scheme and the same kind of like red eye, silver body motif. Interesting. Do you want the flame here? No, I'm not gonna take it. It might be a mistake, but we'll see. This gets so freaking hard. Yeah, you do want the pea shooter is helpful here. Or at least when it's like spawning the little aliens. Yeah, like this right here. This is where you want the machine gun here. Such a crush shot, even if you have 2 of them, unless you're a real master of switching between those 2 modes, it's really risky to use it here. So it might take longer with a regular machine gun, but it's much, much safer. It's also a great spot to earn some extra lives before you move into the hell that is stage 2 of this boss. Ooh, alright. Yeah. This is where it gets crazy. You start getting that element of the randomness of the roulette. What you want is that spiky one. Yes! Exactly. That's the one you want. This is basically just the refill. Tons of items, guns, re-up on the bombs. This one's not too bad, but it's one of the better ones to get for sure. Some of them are just like almost impossible to dodge. Yes. Oh, we're doing good. Good. Lots of bombs can be helpful too for the very last bit when you're escaping. Oh, we're getting so lucky right now. my god. You guys have no idea. Or maybe you do if you're familiar with this game. Yeah. And this, if you have a bomb, just trivializes that completely. That's all you gotta do. Otherwise, you gotta quickly take those all out, because within a few seconds they'll come down and get you. This one's a bitch. This one's bad. Yes! Oh, we got him. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Oh my god. Now this is something exclusive to hard mode, this last bit here. But we've got enough lives, enough bombs, crush and laser that I think we should be able to handle it. But we're not out of the woods yet. Really, you gotta watch out. Shit. Oh, come on. Oh, no. Oh. That sucks. You're so close. We'll give it another try. Give one more shot. See if we can get hopefully the same luck that we let there. Yeah, you really gotta be careful with the jumps in that last section. Cannon and laser. Solid. Yeah, it sucks to get a game over right at the home stretch there. But the timing is very tight, as you saw. Swinging arms. Let's see if we can get it though. When you start this, you really want to take out that left head as fast as possible. As soon as he's on screen, just start bombarding him. Well, we don't have the machine gun. Well, now we do. Your best bet is just trying to do the alternation trick as fast as possible. Gradually inch over so you can take out the extra eye there, which I want to say slows down the spawn rates of something, but I could be wrong. Maybe it doesn't do anything. I don't know. Machine gun, 6 lives. You got it this time. Thanks for the encouragement, Trey, because, man, I need it. Oh, man. Brutal. This might be the hardest game I've ever beaten. Definitely up there. You guys think Dark Souls is hard? Play this. Play this game. Whew. Yes. Like I said, you really got to try and get that as much as possible. It's like the difference between this being relatively, you know, possible and then a total nightmare, depending on some of the possible roulettes you can get here. This one's not so bad. This one's doable. Should save the bombs though. So that escape sequence is definitely a lot safer to just spam those than it is to try and line up your shots. Yeah, this one's a bitch. You don't want this one. Oh, God. Excuse me. There we go. And the spikes can still kill you. It's just you chill on the side there. It's no problem. Alright, here we go again. Game always manages to get my heart rate going. Man. Alright, attempt 2. Fingers crossed. Toes crossed. Everything crossed. Heat sinking is nice to have here. Something that's helpful to remember in this is that there's really no timer, you know what I mean? There's no rush. Yes! Yes! Oh man. Alright. I'm not a regular smoker, but I always feel like I need a cigarette after beating this game. Oh my god. Nailed it. Thank you, heat seekers. Way to go. We've conquered the toughest Contra challenge yet, that's for sure. Your heroic deeds have restored peace to the war-torn world. The alien forces have been destroyed by a gaming champion. Your efforts will not be forgotten. Well, that's great. Enjoy the Polaroids. Lance trying to slip in there like he was contributing. I don't think so, buddy. It was all Bill. It was all Bill this time. Alright, you guys enjoy the credits. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Thank you. Trey, great job. You blew right through it. Yeah, I got lucky with those, the roulette there. I know you'd call it, but I didn't pick up one. I think you got pretty lucky. But I'm very thankful to have to beaten it on stream, considering the last time I tried, I failed miserably. So feels good to have a little redemption arc there. But now that we've beaten Contra 3, let's play something a little chiller. Let's take another left turn here. Just popping in the SD2 SNES. If you guys don't have one of these, get one, because you'll pay what you would for like 2 good Super Nintendo games at this point. And then you can load it up with all the ROMs you want to your heart's content. Just like this. But let's check out Clock Tower. Now, if you don't know, this is a game that originally only came out in Japan. Received an English translation in like 2003 by some guy on the internet. It might have been... I should know the name. Aeon something, but really cool horror game. Surprisingly spooky vibe too, considering it's a Super Nintendo title. I love that. It's so eerie. Yeah, so this game is it's basically it's like prehistoric survival horror basically. Not prehistoric like literally in the setting, just in terms of it being one of the first, I think. Like there was Sweet Home on the NES, but I think this is really one of the true first like horror games. Like I said, pretty effective for Super Nintendo title. Or I guess if you want to be specific, Super Famicom. It happened in September. Another example of a game much better than any of its sequels. So I've played all of them. Some of them are good, but none of them compare to this, in my opinion. Miss Mary? From now on, what kind of place will we be living in? That's the 5th time you've asked. We're almost there, see? Right over there in that completely inconspicuous looking building. Nothing spooky about that. So a big influence on this game is the Dario Argento movie Phenomena from 1985, starring Jennifer Connelly as she's at a Swiss boarding school. And I mean, that's you don't have psychic powers in this, but there's a ton in common. So her spray doesn't really match her facial portrait, does it? But at its core, this is basically like a point and click adventure game, but with a horror setting. Lots of different endings, lots of different routes to take. You want to know what kind of guy Mr. Barrows is, right? Yeah. What is it? It's one of those things too where like I feel like the technology level, it's like a perfect combination of a concept and technology level. Like these weird kind of like marionette sprites combined with the weird facial portraits. It really works. I like it a lot. Dad will ever get used to this place. Well, that's paranoid. I mean, yeah, you're basically playing as Jennifer Connelly here. 80s Jennifer Connelly. What happened to Miss Mary? Where'd she go? Hey, can you go find Miss Mary? Yeah, we can. Yeah, we'll go check it out. I've only gotten the like worst endings in this game before. I've never I've never managed to get the a proper good ending. Mary, she's taking a long time. Are you Maria? No, I'll go look for her. Point and click games are great. I've been playing a few myself. Sweet. Yeah, they are. You know, it's something. It's a genre that I haven't played too many games in. You know, the classic like Monkey Island games, of course, and some other stuff, but not so much newer. I really like to check out Thimbleweed Park, which is the one I think Ron Gilbert did a few years ago. It's basically like the X-Files on like a newer kind of Maniac Mansion kind of deal. Girls? Come on, this isn't funny. Yeah, so this is where the game really begins. So, like if you were to choose quick start from the main menu, this is where it starts you. You know, this is the point where you're free to really explore at will, go wherever you want. You can run, although Jennifer gets tired every time. I think we'll head this way. Let's check the front door. Locked. Okay, let's go upstairs. Trey, what point and clicks have you been playing? Any recommendations? Slow ascent. Yeah, it does take a little while for Jennifer to get up the stairs. I will say that. Nothing on this balcony. Yeah, you can see the color of her portrait down there. Now it's yellow. She's starting to get a little tired. Oh. Alright, so I guess we're not going that way. Yeah, so you don't want her to get too tired because you don't want her to run out of steam while she's getting chased around by the primary antagonist of this game. Which, if you're watching my stream, you probably know what it is. But if you don't, it's kind of an old school version of Nemesis, basically. But obviously a bit different. So I'm back over to the left here. Ooh. Yeah, this game, it manages to be kind of spooky, you know, despite being a Super Nintendo game. It really does. Crack in the wall over here. It's a deep crack in the wall. It's crumbling. Can we go in? No. It's a crumbled staircase or something. As you can see, things are not as they appear. Courtyard outside. Just a few such as Blue Force and Curse of Monkey Island. If you like police themed games, Blue Force is pretty awesome. Cool. Yeah, I haven't heard of that one, but I'll check it out. There was the old school Sierra Police Quest games. Some of those are pretty fun. Also pretty funny. Police Quest, Space Quest, and King's Quest. Space Quest is probably my favorite. 3 and 4 in particular. I wonder if this game supports the Super Nintendo mouse. That would be cool. Pocketed the West Wing key. Okay. Let's look at this portrait. She doesn't have anything to say about it. She doesn't like it, I guess. Looks like it's broken. Speaking of like police-esque games, I've wanted to check out SWAT 4 because I've heard that's really cool. Kind of like one of the proper old school like Rainbow Six type games where you really gotta focus on the planning, like execution aspect of it instead of it just being more of like a FPS. Let's take a look out the window, Jennifer. See if there's anything out there. It's completely dark outside. What time is it now? Oh! Okay. TV just turned itself back on. Nice little low frequency rumble there for those of you with good speakers or headphones. Should have heard that. Turn that back off. The first time I played this game was on a emulator, of course, but a friend of mine burnt me a Dreamcast disc with a Super Nintendo emulator with a bunch of ROMs on it, and this was on there. It's pretty cool. Small bottle of perfume. It smells like Miss Mary. Picked up perfume. Yeah, why would it smell like Miss Mary? You look in the mirror. Oh my god! Oh? We're dead. We're dead. Well, that's Clock Tower. Now we'll play a little more. See if it puts us back where we were there, though. Yeah. So, just make sure we still have the perfume. There's like a panic button. I should double check what button that actually is. You can like mash to get out of danger. But we're kind of low stamina there, which is probably why that killed us instead of allowing us to escape. Panic button is B. Okay, I just looked it up. It's the B button. This one. All right. So we won't do that again. We won't look in the mirror, even though we now know what the panic button is. But yeah, you gotta like almost like QuickTime event style. Which again is probably another early example of that, you know? But yeah, you gotta mash that if you're like about to get killed by something. Gee, I don't know. It kind of sounds like that parrot saying, "I'll kill you." What do you guys think? I'll get you or I'll kill you. I think it's kill you. Somebody should make a mod of this where it's Gilbert Gottfried's voice. You know, from Aladdin. Yeah, let's get out of this room here. Parrot did some damage though. We're down from yellow to orange. He pecked us real good. Oh wait, this is where we just were. So we got the perfume. Got that at least. Oh. Something dripping? What could it be? Let's leave that door open, Jennifer. See if she'll... Yeah, leave that door open. Who knows what we're gonna find in the shower. This is a horror game after all. Oh my god! I love the pre-rendered aesthetic in Super Nintendo games. That's awesome. I mentioned it earlier with Mario RPG, but I think that's just the bee's knees. I love that. So that's Scissor Man. He's the stalker character of this game. You gotta run away from him because you have no way of fighting back. Looks like the lights are off. Yeah, great animation. Really sells it. So yeah, he's the X factor. You know, you gotta explore, you gotta do the adventure game stuff, find the items and keys and whatnot, but Scissor Man is the X factor to keep you on your toes. You know, keep the game mixed up. Big scissors, yes indeed. Welcome to the stream, Malice. Yeah, so you gotta watch out for Scissor Man. You know, you always gotta know where your exits are. Because he's out for you. You might have to run and hide. So it looks like Jennifer's not doing so good. In fact, she looks like she's doing pretty bad. So we'll stop running around. This is actually really cool and looks really nice. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Great game. If this had come out in the West, I think it would have been a big success. I think it would have been really popular. I wonder if it was just a budgetary thing or Nintendo, you know, not wanting this kind of thing released in America, but who knows. So we did just hear a phone ringing somewhere in that hallway. Where is that? Locked. Is that... Where's that West Wing key? Maybe it didn't save us having that pop back in that room and grab it. Hopefully it's still there. That's another thing. The replay value of this game is really high for a lot of reasons, but it will move key items around on you. It will randomize that, which is pretty cool. I do wish Jennifer had a little more stamina, but it's alright. She's an orphan. She probably wasn't getting a ton of exercise, right? Oh, that key was in the other room with the weird portrait. Yeah, we'll double check that box. That's where it was, I think. Yeah, we gotta be careful though. We need our stamina that low. Yeah, the key isn't there anymore. That's what I'm talking about. So a few minutes ago when we checked this, before we got killed for the first time, there was a key in there. And now it's not there anymore. Where did it go? Unless the keys are not listed in the inventory? That could be a possibility. I don't remember. It's been a while since I've played this. But we'll head upstairs over here in this wing, regardless. I know I've said this a bunch before, but I wish you guys could see this on the CRT I'm playing it on. And it's a great looking game, no doubt, but this really looks stellar on my PVM. Yeah, where is that phone? It's one of these adjacent rooms, maybe. Use the West Wing key. Okay, so yes. The keys are not listed in your inventory. Now we know. It's a swimming pool. Oh! A scream came from outside. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. And that's the second one of our friends dead. Uh-oh. Yeah, this game, as I mentioned earlier, I know it has lots of different endings. It has like 6 or 7 endings. All depending on choices you make, things you do, and whatnot. Gotta love a CRT. Yeah, I've gone overboard with CRTs. I have several PVMs, a few consumer Trinitrons. I love CRTs, absolutely. I'm playing on a Sony 20L5 right now, which is a PVM that is capable of going all the way up to 720p and 1080i. So you can hook up stuff like, PS3 to it, Blu-rays, PS3 games and whatnot. And it looks insane. I watched The Terminator on this recently, the original Terminator, and it looked as good. It looked as good as, if not better than, my 4K monitor. There's another bathroom here. Let's see what's going to be in this shower. Looks like the shower's working. Oh. Black cat. Okay. Interesting. Can I pet the cat? I'm pretty sure it's randomized there. Like Scissorman can be in there sometimes. could be wrong though. He's just cleaning it himself. It's all good. Yeah, this house is huge. It's a really big house. Ooh, what's this room? It feels like someone's watching. It's a big clown doll. What else is in here? This is a French doll. It's hung from the ceiling. Is there any way to emulate a CRT effect? I only have a shitty monitor and no room for a CRT. I think there is. That's not something I'm super familiar with. I think I'm going to sound like an idiot here, but some emulators now have filters built in. Try and like replicate it, like Medfinin or something. I'll check that out. What I would encourage all of you to do though, call your local TV stations or local like media production places and just ask if they have any old CRT production monitors. Because instead of spending hundreds on them on eBay, most of these places just give them away. Like this monitor, this 20L5 I'm on right now, I got this for free. And this monitor goes for like $2,000 on eBay. That's insane. Just call your local stations. And you can get little ones too. Like I have a few 13-inch monitors that look fantastic. You know, they're nice, compact little cubes too, so they don't demand a lot of space. But there are some CRT emulation shaders out there. I think once I get an OLED 4K TV, I'll probably dig more deeper into that. Because I like my 4K TV I have now. I have a TCL 6 Series 4K TV, which is good. It has like local dimming and stuff to try and help with like the overall contrast levels. But OLED is like where it's at in terms of competing with a CRT in terms of overall black levels and contrast. Let's see what's in this next room here. Ooh. Fireplace. Things written here look serious. I like how it ends on those question marks. There's no follow-up thought. It's just maybe she saw something that was disturbing. The switch is broken. Picture of a woman. This person looks familiar. I wonder who lit this fire. Yes, I do too. Some spooky stuff going on in here. What's this on the desk? A lantern was left here. Picked up the lantern. Nice. A portrait of a middle-aged woman. Okay. Empty. More books. Some books. Yeah, this game is awesome. This is where Anne... Oh yeah, this is where she got thrown out the window. That's a nice touch. Just appreciate the lighting going on in here too, the pixel art. The way the light is being cast against this wall here has that slight flicker going on over here. It's really nice. We probably shouldn't be running around Jennifer so much. She's really struggling. She just walks so slowly. We're picking up some items. I got perfume, a lantern. We're investigating the house. Victor, hey man, how's it going? Good to see you. We are playing some Clock Tower on the Super Nintendo currently. Before that, we managed to beat Contra 3. Played some Demon's Crest and Link to the Past, Mario RPG. How you doing? We're exploring the mysterious Barrows mansion here. First floor can be seen. So yeah, let's make a little bridge. Yeah, if you come up here in the opposite direction, you can't get across because of this, but because we made it over here this way, we can use the plank. Explore this strange wall here. Wall looks painted over. This is just like Silent Hill 2, we're going to need some turpentine. It's funny, after playing that game, I feel like I could play any horror game and be like completely unfazed in comparison. Like, this is cool and spooky, but that game was like a nightmare in a good way. Oh. Uh-oh. There he is! Uh-oh. Get out of there, Jennifer! Shit, where can we hide? You guys might not be able to notice unless you're wearing headphones, but you can't tell what direction he's coming from right now. It's like bouncing both in the left and right fields. Can I pick that plank back up? No. Yeah, where can we hide? Not here. Yeah, it's a nice touch. Because it basically just puts you in a panic, like you don't know which way you should actually be going. You safe in here? Where is he? Oh! Yeah, it's something that can happen when your stamina's really low. Starts like falling over and stuff. Hide under the bed, Jennifer. Can you? No. That dude looks like Angus Young. Yeah, you're right, actually. We're back in here. Where is he? Scissormaid, where are you? So I'll just try and go that other direction. Oh shit, there he is. No, 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 no. Yes! Yes, Jennifer. That a girl. That was awesome. He came out of nowhere. Oh, holy cow. Holy cow. Great animation, huh? I mean, really. That was really cool. It's really well animated. Alright, let's examine this room a bit more now. We've eluded the Scissor Man. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Got some rope. Is there anything in this cabinet? Tableware, right? One nice, definite nice quality of life thing going on here is the fact that that cursor changes into a little square when you're over something that you can actually interact with. So you don't have to like pixel hunt. It's a nice touch. It's just like Haunting Ground, but 16-bit. Yeah, you know, it's funny you say that because I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Haunting Ground is supposed to be kind of a Clock Tower successor because Capcom got the rights to make, they made Clock Tower 3. They got the rights to the series somehow. They made Clock Tower 3. And then as a follow-up, I believe they made Haunting Ground. Looks like it's been painted over. It's cracked here. It's deteriorating. Yeah, we need some turpentine. Or we can use this thing to whack the door, whack the wall open. Yes. That's the ticket, Jennifer. Oh. Yeah, I'm very impressed with the animation here. Very cool. There's a room over there. Let's check it out. Oh, I remember this. I'm wandering around blind, but I do remember this room. Looks like somebody was counting the days. Marks are cut into this wall. Who could this be? Let's take a look. Skeleton. You want to take a closer look? A black medical bag. A name's embroidered here. Walter Simpson. Walter Simpson? Father? Let's take another look at the skeleton, shall we? It's holding a piece of paper. Looks like a memo. Holy shit. November 10th, 1986. This is the third day I, Dr. Walter Simpson, have been in here. I'll not last long. Before I die, I will record this. There are twin children who are a blemish on this world. When the lady was to give birth, I was called to this house. She gave birth to two demons. When they were born, they ate my right hand. Wow. They were ill, their bodies deformed. They should have died, but they lived. I should have tried to... ... Breathing is painful. The air in this room is already gone. They are in a cradle under the star. Jennifer. 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 Pretty dark. Pretty grim. She looks pretty upset about it. Looks like a chart of some sort. Mary's and patient's names. The name of the master of the house. Mary. Barrows. The plot thickens. 2 newborn babies. I don't think this door works. No, it doesn't. Yeah, definitely a nice little, a nice creepy little plot here for this game. Very cool stuff. Dude, this looks amazing for SNES. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. Yeah, great use of colors. And the pre-rendered parts too, they did a great job compressing those, and accommodating the limited color range of the Super Nintendo. Absolutely. So that's the end of that hallway. So, we haven't found anything that can open up these painted over walls yet. So we gotta find something for that. Let's double check the stairwell. See what's going on down here. I gotta say, I'm surprised. I don't want to jinx it, but we're making pretty good progress. I have to let Jennifer take 5 sometime here and get her health back down. Be careful, I think there's some kind of threat in this room. Oh, something shocking. A corpse of a crow. There's a key here. Pocketed the cage key. Great. I'm pretty sure this game got a port on both PS1 and PC, but I haven't played either of those versions. A single bird is left in the cage. Rats scurry about in here. I hear some kind of dripping noise. I don't think there's anything else in here we want to mess with. Some hanging crow corpses. Yeah, let's leave this room. They've been decapitated. Yeah, all sorts of spooky, macabre stuff going on in here. Oh. Weird. Are those birds flapping around in a cage or something else? Either way, I think we're done with this room. Yeah, this is a game that could really benefit from a modern take. This is fantastic as it is, but something like that's just fleshed out. His name is faded. Even the animation of the pointer turning into the rectangle is really well done. I agree. Yeah, it's a really great detail. I just missed what that just said. Reread that one. Slip of paper and a book. Hold the demon idol with great care. A tree in a forest, a person in crowds, the idol is on a statue. Looks like a very old magazine. A maternity magazine. Mm-hmm. Books are lined up here. This crevice looks pretty deep. There's something shiny in there. Something shiny in there. What can we use? That's weird. Now there is a key in our inventory. Can we use the lantern to look? A key. Pocketed the copper key. Great. I wonder if that's just because I looked at it twice or because I was using the lantern. Who knows? But yeah, we're doing great. We've got several keys, several items. I'm hearing a noise, although I don't know if it's in my headphones or somewhere in my house right now. Just a little unnerving. I don't think we've looked in here yet. Another collapsed staircase. Yeah, so we've got lots of keys. So we're definitely good in that regard. Got some rope. Perfume. There's all kinds of music here. It's a turntable? Record player. Yep. It's unplugged. Let's turn the light on. Broken. Can we play the piano? It's not bad, Jennifer. Some nice spooky chords. That animation this is really blowing my mind. Oh. Oh my god, what's going on? Did the record player start going? Ow, my ears hurt. What is happening? This is creeping me out a little bit. Play it again, Jennifer. I wanted that animation of her fingers going across the keys. That's so good. See that? It's awesome. Nothing to say about these portraits over here. Let's take a look at the window. You need to find Rebecca to play the song. Yeah. This is the Moonlight Sonata, if I recall correctly. Oh, shit! Oh my god! Jennifer, get out of there! What are you waiting for? Go! Go, girl. Maybe Scissorman will play the piano for us. Play chopsticks. Where can we hide from Scissorman? Not in there. What am I thinking? Shit. Hide from Scissorman. I don't know where to hide though. I haven't seen any hiding spots in a while. Let's try the opposite direction, I guess, unless he pops up again. If we run into him, we're screwed just because of how tired she already is. Can we hide where he was hiding? Oh shit. Uh-oh. Oh no. We're screwed. Jennifer, I'm sorry. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, she's dead. Oh my god. Yikes. So scary. Fortunately, we can continue. We're not out of the woods because he's still chasing us. It's one hell of a villain. I wonder if his first name is Edward. Yeah. I think he would be a little nicer if that was Edward Scissorhands. Seems that that door's locked. Do you have the key? Probably not the cage key, huh? Uh-oh. Oh, he coming. I hear him chopping. Can we use that key, Jennifer? Oh, he's getting louder. No! Run, Jennifer! Oh. Yeah, we need a hiding spot. Where can we hide? Yeah, how dope is this music? Shit. Up the stairs, Jennifer. No, up the stairs. Up the stairs. Oh. Stop. She's not. Oh, there we go. Maybe we can pull the old plank trick on him again here. Starting to go a little out of my control here. Pull the plank up again. Wait. Looks like he's coming from the right now. He's moving around my stereo field. I don't know where he is. Where are you, Scissor Man? Yeah, he keeps moving around left to right. Like you don't know. I mean, you literally don't know where he's coming from. I don't. It's on the left now. And now the right. Where is he? Where are you, Scissor Man? How this game saves. I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I think it's completely automatic. So like if I were to, I mean I'm playing on the flash cart right now, but if we were to turn the game off and then turn it back on, we could continue from the last checkpoint. So I'm pretty sure it's fully automatic. Fully automated, I should say. I don't know where he is right now, though. He's just chilling at the bottom of the stairs. Yeah, he's just walking back and forth down there. Uh-oh. Take a right, Jennifer. Yeah, this is where you hit the panic button. Yeah, like that. Boom. Yeah, so if you're not totally drained on stamina, you can do that. Okay, looks like we've escaped from him from the time being. Oh, so stressful. I've forgotten, is it this room that we were in? Or the next room? Yeah, we're in here, but I don't think there's anything else to explore. Just don't have any thoughts about those portraits. Yeah, we'll move on. Let our heart rate get back down a little bit. Both in-game and in real life. Resume our exploring. Hey, this was the locked door, right? Right. Try that copper key again. Why is she so scared? She could easily take down this manlet. True, but to be fair, that is a very big pair of scissors. This door is like weird. Just like not recognizing that door at all. That's strange. Yeah, if you think Scissor Man's creepy, wait till you see his brother. We'll see if we get that far. With that door, I wonder, is it just me doing something wrong, or is that just an inaccessible room? Like a Sound Hill, oh, this door's lock is broken, kind of thing. Because it wasn't doing that at all. Another hallway. What's out here? Back in the swimming pool outside. So I think we might have been over here before. Oh no, this door looks new. Door seems to be stuck. Well, it's probably not a key problem. It's probably something else, right? Yeah. Not something to be solved with a key, I'm guessing. Hey, we're back in this hallway. Great. This is where we heard the phone ringing a few minutes ago, but it doesn't seem to be anymore. I want to see what's in that other room to the right of that door. Can we go in there? Locked. Okay. Try one of our keys. Cage key, I'm guessing is going to be something like a bird cage, but might as well try. Yeah, there's that door. I mean, there's that phone, I mean to say. But where is that phone? Is it in that room? No. Not the key to that door. Very mysterious. Hmm. I remember this room. Yeah, the color palette in this game is really good. Really great use of color. Gas tanks for a stove. Some eating utensils. I don't think we should open this freezer. I don't know, guys. I just have a bad feeling about that freezer. Today's calendar. Today's date is marked. In the kitchen. A ham was put in here. Picked up some ham. You got the ham. Okay. Yeah, maybe we should pick up like a big butcher knife or something, and then maybe we could fight Scissor Man. You know, even the odds a little bit. Even a frying pan, you know? Smash him in the face. Princess Peach style. This mansion is big, but we've almost gone all the way from one end to the other. I'm hearing that sound again. I'm trying to tell if that's in my headphones or somewhere in my house. It's always good when you're playing a horror game and you can't tell, kind of thing. This is a key. A car key. Pocketed the car key. Now, I'll tell you guys right now. This is where you can get one of the endings. You can end the game right here. But if you do, you do not get a good ending, as you might imagine. Some ham that will be useful. You'd be surprised. I remember how you use the ham. I won't spoil it, but there is a use for the ham. There is a use for the ham indeed. That ham does come in handy. All right. So I think we're going to want to go upstairs in this wing. Or wait. Yeah, where's that phone coming from? Where is that ringing? Can't remember. Did we already go over here? Oh yeah, there's that door. Yeah, let's go upstairs. Let's take a look upstairs. So Jennifer's pretty worn out from her short distance sprinting here. Yeah, the stairs do take a little while to climb in this game. That's for sure. What do we have in our inventory now? We've got perfume, a lantern, a rope, cage key, copper key, ham, and a car key. Oh. It's funny, X is kind of like a break button for Jennifer. Use the West Wing key. Okay. So that's interesting. That's a good sign. So you don't have to use the key. If she has the key, it's automatic. At least in that circumstance. Victor, I'm guessing that will be a Silent Hill 3 situation where you have to feed a monster or something. Maybe. My lips are sealed. What's out the window here? Swimming pool, right? Oh my god, I think I just heard some knocking in my house. Malice, because scissors are scary. Indeed, they are. What's going on in this town? What's going on in this house? Oh my god, look at this room. Bet the lights don't work in here. Holy shit, did you guys hear that? Oh man. Whew. Holy cow. Yeah, this game is unnerving. Weird. It's like the cries of these pickled animals. They're getting real spooky in here. Is there anything in there, Jennifer? Any thoughts? Weird. What's up with this? This is so strange. I love it. How is Clock Tower real? Just get out of the mansion, Jennifer. You can. You can. You can take this this car key. As soon as you find that car, you can get in the car and bail. Although, if you do, something bad does happen. This game is very spooky. A lot of weird stuff going on in here. No, we already went this way. Let's go further this way. Yeah, I won't spoil it in case you guys play this yourselves, but yeah, try just living in that car. See what happens. I think we're already in this bathroom. The opened curtain there. Let's double check. Yeah, we've already been over this way. Maybe that room is for hiding. Yeah, maybe that, yeah, you're right. Maybe that's what that cabinet's for. Could be right. Let's take a gander at that staircase we passed over there. Yeah, that one right there, Jennifer. Yeah, this is a game I haven't played in depth at all in several years, so most of this is, again, a mystery to me. Is this that, like, weird door here? Another hallway. Yeah, there's that door. Stuck door. We'll go back this way and then go further to the east. Ever played Thracia for DS? No, I have not. I have not played that. Is that like this? This is that weird door we couldn't open before. Let's go further west, because I don't think we've gone. No, wait, we did. We went as far as we could go west, because that's just where the car garage is. Yeah, we gotta think. Oh! Definitely haven't been in here. Nothing, nothing weird about this room. No siree. This is awesome. I love this. This is so creepy. This mannequin is wearing a dress. Aren't they all? Oh, shit! Scissor Man. Oh, no. No, Jennifer! She doesn't have the stamina, probably. I'm mashing! Yes! There we go. I probably should have gone the other direction. Oh, God. Yeah, I should have gone the other way. No, but it has some similarities in tone. It's horror, but not survival horror like Clock Tower. Cool. Yeah, I'll check it out. I played through, I should say, I got my 3DS out for the first time in a few years recently. You know, definitely on the lookout for cool games for that. Excuse me. I'm just gonna run straight back and hope he's still not there. So, yeah, we're dead. Oh, we're dead. Unless she can heal up a little bit before he shows up. Alright, time to fight, Jennifer. Let's fight him off. I don't think she's going to be able to. Mannequin back there laughing. Oh, she's dead. Did he not follow you? I'm not sure how it works. I think they give you some leeway just because of the 2D nature of the game. Make it a little more fair, but I'm not entirely sure how the AI works for that. But we can continue and we should be... Yeah. So now we just have to find a hiding place. I do wish I gave you a few more hiding spots, because it seems like they are kind of few and far between. Can we hide in here? Literally dead end. Yeah, you're right, Victor. It is very literally. Jenny, we've got to get out of here. Where are you? Oh. I thought it stopped the melody for a sec, so I was like, oh, maybe we're good. No, we're not good. I can't even remember now where that hiding spot was. The last one we saw. Or the last potential one, I should say, we saw. So I don't want to go too far in the wrong direction, I'm just going to get lost. Where is he? Scissor Man, where are you? It won't even let me go back to that door. That's weird. Can to like really try and remember the route we're taking here. Oh, it's that same room. Dur. Yeah, this is a little frustrating. Just like, okay, where's the like arbitrary spot I have to find in order for him to bail? Where can I hide? Nope. It's like, I've gone pretty far now. I think we probably would have lost him by now, right? Oh, here we go again. We'll use this trick. Yes. There you go. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. What is that? What is that Bush quote? Oh yeah. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Look, the point you can't get fooled again. We made it. We escaped Scissor Man. So let's go check out that that weird mannequin room again. Find our way back there. There we go. $8:15. Wow. I started like 3 or 4 hours ago. But I'm down to keep going. I'm happy to play Super Nintendo all day. That's fine with me. All right. Now that we've lost Scissor Man, let's give a further investigation into this room here. See if Jennifer has any more thoughts. Oh. Head fell off. Okay. Anything else? I like these shadows being cast by the pillars there. It's a nice little touch. Gives the room some depth. And this like shadow over here in the opposite corner. Same thing. Anything in this room? Oh. Any thoughts about that, Jennifer? No. Just a nice little spooky thing. So yeah, I guess there's nothing in that room. So, let me think. Can't remember if we've taken a peek in here. Apologies if so. Another hallway. It's that same weird door that we can't open. Yeah, stuck. Interesting. Yeah, we've got all these items. We need to figure out some uses for them. Perfume, lantern, rope, cage, car, ham. Where is that phone? That's driving me crazy. It's like in the left and this, as far as like the stereo goes. Yeah, I guess we'll keep going west. Back in the kitchen. Yeah, we don't want to be in there. This is the car garage over here, I believe. Yeah, we don't want to be in there. Yeah, we gotta find another route. So I'll head back to the east end, I guess. Probably some unexplored areas over there. I would like to find out what that phone is, but I think we've exhausted all avenues in that wing of the house. It's the bathroom where friend number 1 got killed. So we've already been over there. Yeah, so I think we've checked out these rooms already. But yeah, we have. Okay. So maybe second floor, east wing? I'm thinking. What's this one? Is this... I can't remember. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, I think we gotta check out the second floor of this wing as part of the house. Although, let me see if I can use the lantern on that kind of gap next to the stairs there, see if that does anything. Crumbling. Let's use the ham. No, I don't think that'll do anything. No, let's keep going east. Be cool if there was some kind of like secret mechanic of Jennifer gradually building up her strength. If you're like running around with her all the time, stamina could increase. Try these keys. I doubt any of these are going to work, but... yeah. No, car key is not going to work in the door. I don't think so. So let Jennifer go up the stairs here. And while we wait, let me ask you guys, any of you playing anything you'd currently recommend? Or watching anything you would recommend? Or reading anything you'd recommend? I personally just picked up a copy of House on the Borderlands. Or House on the Borderland, I should say. It's written by William Hope Hodgson. And it's from 1908. It's kind of like a Lovecraftian short story. I would recommend it. Very cool. Copy I got from Amazon seemed to be printed on demand, so it has like a weird, like low res, like JPEG kind of cover. But all right, this bit's taken out. Oh yeah, so we need to go upstairs and then back this way. That's what we gotta do. All right, let's do that. Let's do that. Jennifer takes her sweet time. Up and down those stairs. Here we go, Jennifer. All right, so our objective is to get to the second floor and head east. So we'll try and do that. That's what we will try and do. Oh, the hell is that? You see that? Those eyes in the window? Courtyard outside. Just one of those things, I guess. Some nice stereo effects going on with this game, like her footsteps and whatnot. It's a nice touch. Yeah, so we gotta find our way up to the second floor of the east wing. That's what we're looking for. Oh, these stairs are brutal, huh? Been watching Firefly recently for the first time just to see if the hype is real. What do you think? I never watched it, so I have no feelings about it. Right now I'm on a big Star Trek kick. I'm watching Next Generation season 5. I watched the original series and the movies twice over last year. Use the West Wing key, so we haven't been over this way. Or did you just like unlock it a second time? But yeah, I'm enjoying it. I'm excited to do all the Star Trek series, Deep Space Nine, and all that. But yeah, it's season 5 of TNG right now for me. And somebody also recommended Farscape for me too, so I want to check that out. Okay, so these rooms should be new. I don't think we should have been here yet. Or maybe we have. We just got to keep heading east. Is this where the gap in the floor is? A little further on? Yeah, it must be. It's kind of hard to keep a map in your head of like what is like a 3D environment but being presented to you in like a 2D environment from like a side perspective. Kind of an interesting conundrum. Yeah, so I guess just keep going east if we can. Till we had a dead end. Like so. Hmm. I'm gonna double check that because it looked like there was another door in that this room. So take another peek at that. Jennifer takes her sweet time. Yeah, there's a door over here. Can we go through that door? No? Okay. Hmm. Okay. Where the hell are we supposed to be going now? Okay. Let me think. Hmm. Where are we supposed to be going right now? Let's maybe check the first floor out again. I watched TOS and TNG Star Trek episodes I've never watched fully. Well, Victor, that's okay because there are lots of good episodes. Like anything. There are lots of good episodes. There are quite a few episodes that are just okay, and there are some bad episodes. But um, one site that I thought I've looked at a few times, and obviously, you gotta have your own opinion about things, but there's a website called Jammers Reviews, and he basically has like guides to or like episode reviews for pretty much all the Star Trek stuff. And typically, I'll look at his like, obviously, you want to make your own opinion, like I said, but you like look at those and be like, okay, if he gives an episode like half a star out of 4, it's probably not worth watching. But the ones that are 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 4, those ones are worth checking out. And for the most part, there's only been a few times where I've like disagreed, where I've watched something and be like, oh, that's much better than he said or much worse than he said. Hmm. So go back, we'll check out the main hallway again. First floor, but if we don't make some more progress soon here, I'll switch to another game because I don't want to bore you guys just kind of wandering around here. Excuse me. Excuse me. Have I watched Battlestar Galactica? No, I have not watched that at all. I don't know anything about it. What are your thoughts on that one? I can remember. All right, Jennifer, we got to find out where the hell we're supposed to be going. Strong recommend. Okay, excellent. Yeah, that's great to hear. I love sci-fi. Anything sci-fi I'm usually into. I think it might be time for another game. I'm just kind of wandering around at this point. Um, but let me see here. Before I go, I want to see. I think there's some way to save state on the SD2 SNES. I want to double check that really quick here. Is there? I don't even know if I'm like on the latest firmware. Select plus D-pad. Let's see if that works. Who knows? Okay. All right. The ending is kind of famous for being disappointing, but it's still worth watching. Top 5 for sure. Sweet. Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good. I will check that out. So I'm going to take a quick break just a few minutes. And let's see. While I take 5, let me hold on one sec here. You guys can chill with cool tunes of Waterworld, and I'll be right back. Let me see if I can get this working right though. Maybe not. Let's see. Now that is working. All right. Let's see. Some cool tunes to chill with for a sec. Yeah. All right. I'll be right back. Hang tight. All right, the smooth tunes of Waterworld. So I'm back. Sorry, dog is just freaking out because people are starting to do fireworks and whatnot upstairs, or I should say outside. Yeah, Waterworld. If you're not familiar with this game, here's the thing: game is terrible, but it is one of the best soundtracks on the Super Nintendo. It's fantastic. It's on the level of Donkey Kong Country. It's really, really good. This track right here, although you only get to hear a second of it there, that map screen music, fantastic. Yeah, I'll just play this for a sec so you can hear the tunes. I think it's bugged out because there's supposed to be enemy pirates you're fighting. And there are none. Oh, there we go. So you can see our hero and his yacht-sized skipper or whatever fighting these tiny little guys and the jet skis. The music in this game is legendary. This is like a soundtrack kind of game. It's like a record game. You like put the game in to listen to the music, not to play the game. I want to get to the diving section at least so you guys can hear that. So bear with me. I know this is painful. I know this part sucks. But you need to hear the diving music. Waterworld, the movie, the game. Kevin Costner's ridiculous vanity action movie project. It's Mad Max, but on water. Yeah. Alright, now we gotta find our diving buoy. And that thing is gonna keep beeping until we do. Alright, let's find the diving buoy. I don't know, do you think that's obnoxious enough? I'm not sure. There it is. Alright. Yeah, this music. This is great. Just ignore the horrible gameplay, animations, everything. Just focus on that wonderful music. The time signature change that's coming in here in a second is just awesome. Oh yeah. It almost sounds like music from Deus Ex or something. But yeah, like I said, great soundtrack, horrible game. So we'll call it good with that. We'll choose something else here. Beavis and Butthead, that's another example actually of a kind of a bad game, but great soundtrack. But let's see, what would be fun? What would be a fun game to check out? Maybe Gomon too. Definitely a good one. A lot of these games they were included on the SD card that came with this flash card. So they're either games that their licenses have expired or they're like original homebrew kind of games. Kind of interesting. Some Star Trek. I don't think either of these games are very good, but yeah. Tinhead. Let's check out Tinhead. What's Tinhead? Do I have a favorite SNES game? My favorite SNES games are Final Fantasy VI, Chrono Trigger, Super Mario World, Link to the Past, Super Metroid. You know, all the usual suspects. It's just such a good era for games. There's so many classics on the system. So Tin Hat here, I have no idea what the hell this is, so I'll check it out. On the very edge of the universe, a weird spaceship is sucking up the stars. The evil intergalactic goblin, Grim Squidge, is imprisoning the stars and scattering them across the faraway worlds. The Fiend! Meanwhile, a nearby space station picks up a distress signal. Yeah, I've never heard of this. I don't know what this is. Tinhead, the robot who guards the edge of the universe, hears the cry for help. And they're crying. With a mighty bound, Tinhead leaps to the rescue and gives me epilepsy in the process. What are your guys' favorite Super Nintendo games? This is my attack. I can flaccidly poop out a little orb from my head. Oh, this game is cursed. This is bad. This is bad. Oh no. This is... oh no. This is... it's like part of the reason why Sonic works is because of the camera movement and the panning, you know, the speed, like lets you see where you're going to a certain extent. This did not get the memo. That's Tinhead. Next. Yeah, some of these I've never played, so we'll check them out. It's kind of like a fun little grab bag. Blow 'em out. Haven't played that one. Let's see what that is. Okay, so I'm guessing this is some homebrew, given that there's a URL there. Blow 'em out. Boy or girl? Blow 'em out referring to the birthday cake candles, I'm guessing. Plays a boy. Blowing out candles on a birthday cake could be challenging. Use the D-pad to move, A to jump, B to blow. Press B to blow. Blow out all the candles, beware touching any flames. Jelly helps to jump higher. Good luck. Okay. Level 1 piece of cake. Okay. All right. Is this a joke? What is this? Is this game literally just blowing out candles? Going bigger. There's got to be some kind of twist. I mean, this is like a perfect setup. Like you have the first few stages be something kind of like this, and then something crazy happens. If not, I'm gonna flip. Victor, while the SNES is way older than me, I played mostly on emulators. For me, it's Super Metroid for sure. It's a hard game to beat. It is an awesome game. I could play that after this. Nice change of pace from this crap. So... This game really is just blowing out candles, huh? Okay, unless something crazy happens in this stage, I'm turning this off. Yeah. Alright. That's enough of that. Jack got tired of jumping over candlesticks, so he decided to find a new career blowing them out. Yeah, and it didn't go so well, as you can see. Carrier Aces, what's this? I feel like the odds of these being any good are a long shot, but I'm willing to give them a try. Synergistic. Carrier Aces. Okay. Uh-oh. What is this? World War II? Okay, defensive New Savoy. Yeah, let's try it. You must smash the Japanese Navy base on New Savoy. Build your squadron. Hellcat, Wildcat, Dauntless. Okay. Sure. I've got a weird feeling about this game. Say that. What? What is going on? Okay. Graphics pretty good for Super Nintendo. All right. Next game. Dork and Yep. This is like going to turn into an AVGN episode here. Pinko 2013, 2014. Oh no. Oh no. Well, the music's cool, at least. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of these like MS Paint graphics, but I'm getting the Euro platformer vibe for sure. Alright, the Wizard Goblin. What is this? Make those irritating little hobbits and their despicable leader buzz off somewhere else. I don't want them in my forest. Alright. Very long cutscene. Alright. The intricate plot of their goblin game. Yeah, these like Euro platformer games. They're like weird controls, character sprite way too big, camera not cooperative, level design nonsensical. Checking all the boxes. Yeah, this is horrible. This feels so bad to play. Oh man. It's this huge delay with anything you do. Alright. Forget this. We gotta play a good game. Time for a good game. We'll probably close out with this one. Because that was ridiculous. This reminds me of picking random SNES games on the PS2 multi-loader. Yeah, it is. I might do like a dedicated stream at some point just to explore all those, but the crap factor is getting a little high for me at this current juncture. So I can't take any more of those. We gotta play a real game. One of the best games on the system. Sorry guys if you're hearing my squeaky chair, by the way. Like a nice recliner, this nice office reclining chair in this room here, but a little squeaky. So, last time we were playing this file. So we started this in a Super Nintendo stream I did a couple weeks ago. That's the one that had all kinds of technical issues and whatnot, so I didn't leave it up, but we started a file of Super Metroid on that. And that is where we will pick up from. After playing those last few, this is like stepping into a jacuzzi. I'm sorry guys, hold on 1 sec. Sounds like somebody's knocking on my door. IRL. Be right back. Yeah, sorry about that. I think it's just the way the fireworks are sounding, reverberating through kind of like basement window, because we're in the basement right now. Lots of fireworks going off. Playing the Super Metroid Randomizer lately, such a good game. Yeah, it is. All-time classic. I'll be honest with you guys, I'll make a confession. I've never actually completed this game. I've come close, but I've never actually beaten it. That was like gamer sin. I really need to do. Flower boss, right. Yeah, I think part of the reason why this game holds up so well is just there's nothing about it that feels dated. You know what I mean? Because even at still, there's like tons of these like indie games that are just trying to like replicate the same style. Pixel art. The controls are fluid as hell. You know, it's nothing about it feels old. True. I know. Disappointed. Disappointed I haven't actually beat Super Metroid. I don't know what it is. I've like I said, I've played it 100 times. I've come close so many times, but I never actually just pull the trigger. And I've seen the ending and stuff, like friends beating it, but that might be why. I don't know. You're a fan of Metroid Prime, Victor? That one I've crushed a bunch. I'm thinking about replaying that one, but it's kind of like wondering which way I should do it. So I have the Prime Trilogy on Wii, which I could play on this with the motion controls, or should I emulate it and play it in 4K on my computer on Dolphin? Not sure. I gotta also play Zero Mission and Fusion. I've like barely touched those games. Those are like my kind of like break glass in case of emergency kind of games. It's like I know that I can never think of anything else to play. Those will be there waiting for me. It'll be sick, great games. I love it. I play like 100 times, never actually finish. Why that happens? I don't know. You know, for me, sometimes with some games, it's like I start to get close to the ending, and it's like I don't want it to be over, so like I never pull the trigger. I never actually finish it. Because there have been so many times where I've beaten games, and it's a good. I mean, ultimately, it's like a good thing. It's like you beat a fantastic game, and you're left with this feeling of like, kind of like, oh, well, now what am I gonna play? Like, you know, I just want more of that, but now it's over. But by not beating it, you avoid that feeling, some kind of like twisted psychological way. That's why I'm like, well, I mean, one of the many reasons I'm like continuously replaying the Souls games. You know, to me, that's like the high watermark of modern gaming. So instead of it being over, I can just replay all of them over and over again. And now that there's like 5 or 6 games, I can, you know, have a relatively good amount of variety included with that. Although at this point it's really down to Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, and Dark Souls 3. Fusion, and especially Zero Mission, are like masterpieces. That's great to hear. That's really good to hear. Yeah, I really hope that the new one, Dread, is going to be solid. Although, I heard that's not being developed internally on Nintendo. You know, fingers crossed, but hopefully they'll still turn out to be a great game. Just bought Dark Souls 3 the other day since it was on sale. It's a masterpiece. It's a great game. No doubt about that. Can't remember what I'm supposed to do here. Yeah, I now have over 700 hours in Dark Souls 3. Just to give you an idea of how much I'm into that game. I've only ever played the first Dark Souls. Well, you're in for a treat, because for better or for worse, Dark Souls 3 is really... It's a lot more of a sequel to Dark Souls 1 than Dark Souls 2 was. A lot of callbacks. This room you only need to run. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I totally forgot about that. Thank you, Victor. My bad. I forgot you could do that. Yeah, Dark Souls 3 is great. It's a great game. You'll love it. That's embarrassing. I can't remember what to do. I only played Demon Souls and the first Dark Souls. I'm planning to play the rest this year. Yeah, well, you're in for some great gaming. I mean, they're all fantastic games. There's no doubt about that. I mean, even Dark Souls 2, which, you know, people generally rate it the lowest, it's still a fantastic game. The thing is with Dark Souls 2, you just have to level adaptability. That's it. It's like the little like gotcha of there's like managing your invulnerability frames, like when you're rolling. Like the other games, you don't really have to think about that, but that's more of like a stat thing in Dark Souls 2. So that's really it. What am I doing wrong here? Something I'm forgetting. Yeah. I can't remember at all. So instead of me goofing around on this, I might pop in one last game for the evening. Which game shall that be? Let's see. This was Street Fighter 2. Great game, I just can't be bothered to figure out what the hell I'm supposed to be doing in that right now. Sorry. Alright. See if we can crush some Street Fighter 2. Do a Castlevania 4 playthrough if I just didn't do that a couple weeks ago. Love that game.
You win.
Yeah, From Software has, they've really, it's like just their legacy of the last decade. Demon Souls, 3 Dark Souls games, Bloodborne, Sekiro. I mean, it's quite an accomplishment. All that in one decade.
You win.
I'd probably rank them. It's tough. Demon Souls, and then Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3 tied, and Bloodborne. And then Sekiro, and then Dark Souls 2. But they're all fantastic. And I mean, with Sekiro, it's like probably mechanically the tightest out of any other games. really its only flaw is just there's not like the builds, you know, and that's, you know, it's a different kind of game. You know, it's more of like a action game. It's heavier in that direction versus the RPG stuff. But that game's fantastic. I hated it at first, I'll be honest with you. I bounced off Sakura hard.
You win.
But once, you know, I like wrap my head around, like, you can't play this like Dark Souls. You gotta play this. It's a new kind of way. Play it like Sekiro. And it was all good. It's like the fact that it's okay to like block and parry everything with your sword, whereas like, you know, in Souls that would be, you know, unthinkable. Try and block all this stuff with your Uchi-Katana. But that's the name of the game in Sekiro. Probably the most annoying matchup possible here. Thankfully, it's over.
You win. Round one, fight!
Yeah, we'll see if we can clear this arcade mode. I didn't tweak the difficulty at all, so odds are, are not good. But see if we can do it. Long stream. I think we're at like 5 hours now. Something crazy.
Round two, fight! You win.
Yeah, grab something to eat after this. Try and calm my dog down from all the fireworks outside. You guys know that the 4th of July is the #1 day of the year for pets going missing in the United States. They get so freaked out by the fireworks, they like run and hide. So, watch out for your pets.
Perfect.
So we've got 4 cats and a dog here, so I've got a lot of animals to manage.
Brazil.
That's so weird seeing I'm in this room in the basement with a window. It's, you know, on ground level. And each firework sounds like somebody tapping on the glass outside. Close one.
You win. Round two, fight!
Yeah, we got rains out here as far as doing anything for 4th of July. Not that I had any plans really anyway, but it's rainy all day here, so not much going on. Blanca's starting to turn up the heat. He's going nuts. Yeah, just use those Shoryukens to take care of them.
You win.
No problem.
USA.
Half the roster down.
Round one. Fight. Hadouken. Sonic boom. Sonic boom. Hadouken. Hadouken. Sonic boom. Sonic boom. Sonic boom. Sonic boom. Sonic boom. Sonic boom.
He's playing Turtle. Looks like it's a shit as a guy. Blanca went berserk. Yeah, he did. He went crazy. Feel like a speed boost or something. Oh no.
You lose. Round two. Fight. Hadouken. Sonic boom. Hadouken. Hadouken. Sonic boom. Hadouken. Sonic boom. Hadouken. Hadouken. Sonic boom. Sonic boom. Hadouken.
Come on. Just turtling.
Sonic boom. Sonic boom.
Yeah. Guile, you prick.
Sonic boom. Sonic boom. Hadouken. Hadouken. Hadouken.
There we go. Oh!
Boom.
Oh no. Oh no! Guile, how you do this?
You lose.
Oh boy. I'll give it another round.
9.
That Sonic Booms kind of sounds like Axel Full. Axel Full!
USA.
Alex Full. Yeah, let me hear it again.
Round
So
one.
let's see.
Fight. Hadouken. Sonic boom.
Hmm.
Hadouken. Hadouken. Sonic boom. Sonic boom.
I don't hear it. I'll be honest with you, I don't hear it.
Hadouken.
Do you hear the sound of my ass being kicked though?
Sonic boom.
Oh my god.
You lose.
Oh, we can't go out like this.
Round two. Fight. Sonic boom. Hadouken. Sonic boom. Hadouken. Sonic boom. Sonic boom. Sonic boom. Sonic boom.
I don't take this round, it's such another game.
Sonic boom. Sonic boom. Sonic boom.
As you can see, I'm no Street Fighter pro. There we go. There we go.
You win. Round three.
I do wish the OSSC had S-Video in.
Sonic boom.
I know that the OSSC Pro is gonna have that, but that's gonna be like $500 and it's not out yet.
Sonic boom.
Because I'd like to capture my N64, but I don't have it modded, so the best I can do is S-Video. There are a bunch of N64 games I'd like to play on here. I could emulate them, I guess.
You win. USA.
The mirror match.
Round one. Fight. Hadouken. 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 Hadouken.
So I saw somewhere this background was copied pretty much wholesale from some like Charles Bronson movie or something. It's like two guys fighting on a dock. And there's like a wide shot, some people on a boat in the back. Really similar to this. Say I'm definitely no master at fighting games, but I feel like what it comes down to, it's controlling space. It's knowing when to be on the offense, knowing when to be on the defense, but knowing what moves you've got to always just like be in control of the environment. That probably sounds super basic to anyone who knows anything about fighting games, but it's my observation as a relative noob in the fighting game scene. Dead. Have I ever played Metal Warriors on the SNES? No, I have not. I have not played that. I think it's time for a new game. Definitely crushing my personal record here for length of a stream. Metal Warriors, is that a fighting game? Star Fox. Perhaps the most neglected of all Nintendo franchises. This and F-Zero, probably, actually. This is really cool. I think more games should have something like this. Just like a little spot to practice the moves, the controls ahead of time. Fighting game. Shit, I didn't mean to do that. Let's go to the real game. There we go. The mecha fighting game. Sweet. Well, I could certainly pop it onto this SD card. Metal Warriors. Yeah, I'll look into that. Thank you. Developed by LucasArts. Interesting.
Good luck.
Yeah, I'll get that on this SD card. What if there'd be some kind of way to see this game play it at 60 FPS? Probably not actually on Super Nintendo, I'm guessing, but maybe on the emulator. But still have it run at like proper speed. Classic, this is it. has levels and bosses we can play as a fighting game for just 2 players. Yeah, I'll check it out. You know, I'm always down to play new games, especially 16-bit variety. Clear out, Astro Geeks. Yeah, this is Star Fox. This is so fun. It's like the most rudimentary polygons imaginable, but it still works. Faisal, hello, how are you? Thank you for joining the stream. We've been going now for almost 5 hours. We're not stopping yet. See how long it can last. I'm getting a little hungry, but I'm alright. I had a really big lunch. I had a huge bowl of tikka masala, some coconut naan. It's delicious and very filling. It is kind of charming how basic these polygons look. I agree. Yeah. I think there's some kind of indie game on Steam that's basically just like an homage to this style, you know? It's like everything is like a maximum of like 10 polygons. Similar aesthetic. But now I'm happy to keep playing. I mean, I really have nothing else going on this evening, so keep rocking. Plus, I've got a big bottle of vodka here as well, so keep us going. Yeah, we'll play a few stages of this. Kind of sounds like the Indiana Jones theme there for a sec. Andross's forces intend to build a base in this area, destroy their rock crusher.
Good luck.
Good luck. Yeah, the voice acting being just like different pitched, like gibberish. I love it. Falco. It's great. I do love, you know, Star Fox 64. That is my favorite, but this is great too. So Nintendo, they know how to play to their strengths of their hardware. That's always been an advantage to them. They don't try to overdo it. It's like with this, it's like, okay, very low polygon count, so let's use an appropriate color palette, you know? A small collection of nice, like, bold, high contrast colors. Excellent. Good stuff. Is this game supposed to be... Is Star Fox 64 kind of like a remake of this game? Like, are you playing as James McCloud? No, I guess that wouldn't make sense. You're Fox McCloud, both of them. What am I talking about? Something I'm noticing, this game isn't using the full render resolution of the Super Nintendo. Like, it's not full screen, you know what I mean? Like, I can even notice that on my monitor here. There's like, it's like letterboxed on all four sides. I'm guessing that's to save on processing power. So a little harder to see in first person, I will say that. Oh, this should be alright though. Nice big enemy. That frame rate, yeah. Yeah. It's like we're rocking like 15 here. Get it. No sweat, Fox. No problem. Yeah, we'll do another stage or so of this and go to the next game. I can't imagine anybody is going to watch this entire thing once it's on, you know, demand or whatever, but it's all good. The only thing that matters is if it's fun.
Good luck.
Oh, this is a good piece of music. Yeah, this is good.
Twin Blaster.
Yeah, this is the one that's like they used in Melee for Fox's stage. Smash Bros. Melee. I was mentioning the CRT stuff earlier, but this is another great use of it. Nice deep blacks. I miss arcades. Proper arcades. There's one near me that's kind of a... It's a barcade. It's called Arcadia. Pun, of course, on Acadia National Park in Maine, but... A lot of the Arcadians they have now, they've replaced the CRTs with like LCDs and stuff. Mind your own business, Fox. You just told me to take care of it. What are you talking about, Falco? Crazy. Yeah, this frame rate is really starting to go in the toilet here. Too many polygons. Like, you have a limit of like 20 polygons. Here it starts to really get bad. This is running pretty good, though. These internal sections here. Yeah, there's a decent sense of speed it manages to convey sometimes. The frame rate is not like 1. Never actually played on an arcade. Yeah, man, that's too bad. I mean, they are out there, you know. I mean, obviously less of them, but they still are out there. But there is something really nice about that, you know. It's just a different experience. More communal too, just like meeting people or like playing against strangers or whatnot. A lot of fun. I'll tell you a funny story when that bar I mentioned earlier was like Arcadia. It's like a bar arcade, which is it's kind of like a. There are quite a few of them across the United States now. But when it opened, I was there like the opening weekend, and it was a lot of fun. But this girl came up to me, you know, and she was being a little flirtatious. She was like, "Do you want to play Mortal Kombat?" I was like, "Yeah, sure, we'll play Mortal Kombat." You know, they had an Ultimate MK3 machine. Now, that's a game that I am pretty good at. I am pretty good at Ultimate MK3. And yeah, she was trying to use it as like a conversation starter. It's like she shouted Mortal Kombat. So it's like, okay, let's play Mortal Kombat. And I just like no mercy at all. I like destroyed her. You know, I was just like for a laugh basically. And then afterwards, you know, it was like double flawless victory. And afterwards, she just like looked at me and just walked off. Like that was not what she had in mind at all. But pretty funny. It's way before your time. I was kind of on the tail end of it too, because I was born in 1990. So I didn't get to see too much of it. It was kind of on its way out as well by the time I was like old enough to enjoy it, but yeah, I mean, for like even like, yeah, I didn't get to experience the golden age. That would have been sweet. I'm like kind of like Bronze Age, end of the Bronze Age, if you want to call it that. Arcade titles. Frame rate is in the toilet. Yeah, there are points in this where the frame rate just gets so low that it's hard to play. It's just hard to like deal with the actual game. But I think it's time for a new game. Pop a new one in. Play one of the most classic 90s games of all time. NBA Jam. This is another big arcade game. Big arcade game. That should be fine. Let's see.
Welcome to NBA Jam!
Born in 1998, so no chance of finding arcade. Yeah. There are probably some around you, though. If you look around, there's... I feel like at this point, they're kind of like what I mentioned a minute ago, where like they're all like barcades now. They're like bar arcades. There's the Bulls.
Showtime!
I'm definitely,
Tonight's matchup, Bulls
I'm excited
versus
to get back,
Nets.
you know, obviously to just like go out again more as, you know, everyone gets vaccinated. But, that place in particular, it'd be great to get back to.
Razzle dazzle. The rebound.
There's very few fouls in NBA Jam.
2 points.
It's like Quake sounds.
Heating up.
Ooh.
Razzle dazzle.
Razzle dazzle.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get some of these like chaos dunks going. What's going on? There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing with arcades, I mean, like it's that communal aspect, you know, just like playing with or against people that you know maybe don't know. It's like meeting people, making friends and stuff, or enemies.
Heating up.
It's like near me when I was growing up, there was an arcade in the mall and they had like a Marvel vs. Capcom machine, and that thing was always, that was on fire. I mean, the arcade game, Marvel, that was packed.
The rebound.
And people lining up quarters at the bottom of the monitor, calling their
Count it.
turns. That was awesome.
Heating up. Yeah.
The chaos dunk. So you guys gotta play, there's like a RPG Maker game called Charles Barkley's Shut Up and Jam Gaiden. You gotta play that. It's like an RPG where you play as Charles Barkley in like a post-apocalyptic future where basketball has been outlawed. It's like him and his son Hoops. They're like the legacy of basketball is like the key to saving humanity. It's really funny. It's really good. And it's free, of course.
Yeah. Heating up.
Just gonna stealing the ball like crazy, huh?
It's good.
3-pointer? No, I guess I was right inside the line. Dunk it! Ooh, yeah.
Stolen.
Oh, come on.
It's good.
Imagine if real basketball was like this. That's crazy.
Yeah.
What is going on? Just smashing them. Cool. Oh. See what it's all about, Scottie Pippen. Oh.
Yeah!
Mega dunk.
Stolen! Slams it! It's good!
Yeah, it's a tight game.
Yes!
This game is, even if you don't like basketball normally, it's like the pacing of this game, the controls, it's like the perfect level of arcadiness versus like the actual rules of basketball. Fantastic. I don't think they're in this version, but in the arcade, I'm pretty sure you can unlock Sub-Zero and Scorpion, as well as like Bill and Hillary Clinton. Pretty funny. What? Grab the ball.
Yeah! Stolen! Heating up!
It's not looking good for the Bulls. 3 points.
Yeah!
Sink it.
No good! Kaboom!
You need more near crowd noise. That was the only thing missing from this one. Super Nintendo version.
Heating up!
Oh, come on. Oh,
Fire!
chaos dunk. It's like midair. He knocked me down. The net is just burned away. Boom!
Kaboom! No good!
Oh,
Stolen!
oh my God. What's going on?
Kaboom!
Nice.
2 points!
Yeah, battle of the dunks, basically.
No good! Yeah!
Bulls, we could have a good last quarter. Players can be powered up with superhuman abilities. Go back to Kudak. That sound. There you go. The sizing of the sprites could be a little weird.
Score!
That was 3 points. Come on.
Yeah!
Not looking good for the Bulls.
Yeah! Yeah!
Oh my god.
From downtown.
Yes! Alright. Yes! Could it be a comeback? Probably not, but...
Monster Jam. Yes.
Oh.
Heating up.
Chaos dunk. Oh.
Score.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Monster Jam. Heating up. Yes. From downtown.
Oh no. Come on.
Heating up.
It's over. I don't think it's possible to come back at this point, right?
At the buzzer. Yes.
Oh.
Nets win the game.
Make the defeat a little less sour. New Jersey wins. Alright guys. Oh, shit. Dropping my SNES cards here. I think for our next game we're gonna go with a tried and true classic, but I'm gonna take a minute to refill my drink. I'll be right back. Okay, back. Yeah, the fireworks are really getting out full force at this point. Like calm my dog down a little bit. He's a trooper though. He's doing good. But it is a little loud. Of course, another all-time classic game. And similar to Mario RPG, obviously, hours ago, the kind of cutting-edge factor of using the pre-rendered SGI workstations sprites to create 2D art, create a really distinct cutting edge for the time, of course, distinct fresh look. It's probably a very obvious observation, but I only noticed relatively recently that the platforms that Cranky Kong is on in the beginning there are the same ones from the original Donkey Kong game. Like, I realized he's supposed to be like the OG Donkey Kong, but I never put two and two together and was like, oh yeah, those are the platforms from the OG Donkey Kong game. Victor, this is one of the best. Yes, indeed, my friends. Classic game. So what's our mission? Well, let's take a look at our banana horde. Oh no, it's empty! And thus, the greatest motivation for any video game character ever made. We gotta get our bananas back. So I always picture like David Wise, you know, this is like incredible soundtrack he made for this game. You know, like before he even sees the game, they just like pitch the concept to him, like, okay, Dave, we're gonna be making a game about Donkey Kong trying to get his bananas back, and we need some good music for it. You know, and then he like turns around and makes aquatic ambiance. Like, oh my god, Dave, it was only Donkey Kong Country. You madman. Yeah, it's a little further on, isn't it? Yeah, supposedly they were originally going to get Koji Kondo to do the soundtrack for this. That was like the plan before they heard Aquatic Ambience, which is like the first track David Wise did for the game. Or no, it was either that or this piece, like this, the Jungle Groove music. But either way, I'm extremely glad, obviously, that Dave Wise got to. The 80s Donkey Kong sold, and then the 90s comes in all groovy and takes on the frame. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, it is meta. It's like, move over, Gramps! The cool new 90s guy is here. Which I guess is kind of like the Sonic the Hedgehog philosophy. It's like, yeah, we're cool and hip now. But I think Donkey Kong is much cooler than Sonic. You know what's a really, really underrated game, in my opinion, is the Game Boy Donkey Kong game that came out in '94, where you're playing as Mario. I think that's what people kind of colloquially refer to it as, Donkey Kong 94. But you're playing as Mario, and, you know, it starts out with the original 4 levels from the original arcade Donkey Kong. But then it becomes a much more elaborate and graphically and, you know, detailed adventure where you're moving through all these different kind of stages, just like from New York to the jungle to like a ship, like an Arctic thing. That game is fantastic. That might be my favorite Game Boy game. That one is a masterpiece. You know, now that I mention it, actually, I do have a Super Game Boy. Or wait. Uh-oh. Oh no. You guys. Looks like my Super Game Boy is gone, actually. I just got all excited and stood up here and was looking at my shelf. That's a bummer. I think I told this story on stream before, but... Oh no, there it is. There it is. I found it. I had it like top of my shelf instead of with the rest of the Super Nintendo games. I was gonna say though, a couple years ago, unfortunately my brother sold a lot of my old games and stuff, and other stuff too, like records and books and some movies and whatnot. But no, it got sold without my knowledge, permission. So there's quite a few things that I no longer have. Some of it I've repurchased, but some of it was lost. And I was scared for a second, like, oh god, is the Super Game Boy cartridge one of those? But no, I just found it, so it's all good. But back to Donkey Kong Country. The audio design, beyond the music, is really stellar. Just all the sound effects, but usage of reverb, panning. It's just a really well mixed game. It's just like beginning a kind of transition from more like stage-based gameplay, which obviously it is, it's still stages. But the stages themselves, I mean, doing things like reducing the HUD, like completely, except when it's like immediately relevant. Just like adding to this immersion factor, and just kind of like a new frontier for games. Really starting to get into that more immersive aspect. And here we are with the first appearance of aquatic ambience. Which I don't want to say too much, but obviously it's just, I mean, one of the masterpieces of Super Nintendo music. It obviously speaks for itself. So one of the pieces of music that you could share with people who aren't into games, and I think most of them, I think a majority of the time, they would not recognize that it originated from a video game, especially a Super Nintendo game, which says a lot about their mastery of the Super Nintendo sound chip. You know, composition is one thing, but utilizing the sound chip like this, which is like perfection in terms of getting the most out of the samples. So I don't want to get too technical on you guys, but the Super Nintendo audio chip is basically like a sampler. Like it's playing back sample files that you give it. And the sample files are pretty low bit rate. So developers had kind of a unique challenge. It's like you're not just writing music, but you're also trying to figure out how to most effectively compress your samples in a way that's going to sound the best. And Dave Wise was kind of a master of both. You know, fantastic compositions, of course, but everything you're hearing is him recording synthesizers individually, downsampling it to a format that the Super Nintendo can handle, and playing it back and just you know, really just making sure that it's sounding fantastic. And with the synthesizers themselves, when you're doing things like doing filter sweeps, like you have to sample each, you're like sampling it in steps. So again, I don't get too technical, but it's just really, really impressive on a number of levels. Not just the songwriting itself, but the technical aspect too. I played this track for my my ex-girlfriend. I didn't tell her. I was like, just listen to this. I'm not gonna tell you where it's from. Just listen to this. She loved it, and then I told her it was from a Super Nintendo game, and she didn't believe me. So congrats, Dave Weiss. Nice little level skip there. It's another thing people should consider, the technical aspect of these games. Like, obviously they pre-rendered the art, but you still need to then, you know, capture a 2D sprite, basically, of it. And when you do so, you have to make a lot of choices regarding color palette and compression. You know, like your average Super Nintendo sprite is only 256 colors. It's like the SGI workstations is a lot higher than that, so you have to make choices like, okay, what's going to come out best when I'm compressing it through the Super Nintendo's hardware? So it's a similar thing, you know? It's not just like making a good 3D model and taking snapshots. There's all these additional steps of, okay, but then is it going to make a good, clear, recognizable 2D sprite? We're gonna get the G. Oh, did he get the G? Hang with the butterflies. Sorry, I think the Sticker Brush Symphony song from Donkey Kong Country 2 is the best of the trilogy. I agree. I agree. That's my favorite piece. You know, it always cracks me up in a way with songs like that. You look like the YouTube videos. The comment sections almost look like a therapy session. Like there's all these people who are like talking about, you know, depression or like wishing they could, you know, things could be like they were when they were a kid. And some of those feelings, you know, resonate with me as well, but I always think it's kind of funny. You know, it's like it gets people so emotional. And it does for me too, but you know, it's the nostalgia hits people so hard with songs like that. It really pulls a lot of emotion out of them. And it does for me too, like I said, I won't lie. It definitely does. The world's changed a lot in a very short amount of time. So again, this is something I could definitely easily go off on a tangent on, or just, you know, off topic, so to speak, but in like the course of human civilization, over the last 500 years, you had like a very gradual development of technology in society. And it's really only in the last 50 that things started to really exponentially go nuts as far as technology goes. In a lot of ways, I think socially we're still catching up to a lot of technical changes, progression. This is another one of my favorite songs from this game. Also, this little effect here of like the lamp swaying in the light is a really subtle, good use of the Mode 7 SNES effect. Yeah, everything I was just saying about the music, now it's starting to hit me with this piece. David Wise, he was on such a roll with these games. Just mind-boggling. These melodies are so good. It's like really good songwriting. I want to hear it for a sec. So I take a drink here. I mean, like anybody else, I mean, I miss the 90s. I miss, like, you know, being a kid. I like being an adult, but obviously there was a different time, you know. I think overall, culturally, there was more of a sense of optimism in the 90s. Which reflects a lot in the, its media versus now. I'm not gonna go all, you know, this is, like, again, another tangent, you know, go off here, but the world has changed a lot in a very short amount of time. Minecart Carnage. This is probably the first real difficulty spike in this game, I think. Pretty demanding level. Now, if I recall, there's a secret somewhere in here. I don't remember where, but one of these drops, if you intentionally just let yourself go, there's like a major secret. You just get a ton of, I think, 1-ups, bananas, and whatnot. And just like a major shortcut through the level. So if we hit it accidentally, that's fine, but we're gonna do this the old-fashioned way. I don't think we've got any deaths yet either. That's pretty good. It's definitely a game I've played many, many times. Yeah, we missed the end back there. Oh, God. Just skip it to the first screen of the level. Like the first drop. I think I missed my opportunity now because I hit that shortcut. I mean, not the shortcut, the checkpoint. Victor, I'm really glad you're on board and hanging out here. Man, I really appreciate it. I really appreciate you just hanging out and giving me these tips when I need them. It's really fantastic. Thank you, man. I was like, had this realization a few months ago. You know, I started like setting the streaming thing up. I was like, if you're gonna be playing, you know, just like hanging out playing video games, why not stream it, you know? Just like open the possibility for some, you know, conversation and whatnot. And given that most of us, including myself, have been so isolated the past year, you know, it's a really cool thing to be able to connect with people like this. focusing trying to finish this level. Oh, so close. Yeah, that was it. That last crocodile. He's the gotcha. Or I said, what was that? The comic. It's like a web comic. The Percy Bible Fellowship, I think. Let me make sure I get that name right. Perry Bible Fellowship. Yeah. That's fantastic. If you guys haven't checked him out, he's been around for a long time. Definitely check him out. He's awesome. It's a webcomic, but he's got a lot of his stuff has been collected in like printed work. It's been recognized by like the New York Times and stuff. He's really good. I'm bringing that up because I just got reminded of one of the panels. One of his comics. You know, they're like 3-panel comics basically, like a 3-panel joke. Pretty classic format. Look up Gotcha the Clown. Any last words, Gotcha? Don't worry, man, with the social distance stuff, I'm kind of bored on weekends, so it's cool to hang out here. Absolutely, dude. Same here. Appreciate it. Said this is... It's like I'm now starting to be able to connect with my friends again. And it's like, you know, things you just like take for granted. In a way. Just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna hang out with, you know, my friends. But now, like, actually being able to again and safely is extremely a good thing. It's very good. But you and anyone else who, you know, enjoys playing the streams, as I said before, I really appreciate it because I know this is like a teeny YouTube channel, you know. So it's really cool to actually have people like engage with me and chat and whatnot. So thanks, man. You can stomp the bees. Forgot about that. If I got all... Yes. Sitting about these bananas. Oh yeah, we can. So my Super Nintendo skills are rapidly getting sharper and sharper. It's like all I've been doing all day. That's been solid. Like, yeah, I've been playing Super Nintendo for like 5 hours today, but I did also get plenty done beforehand. I've heard, I was supposed to say, I've heard some people at some point say, like, oh, this game is just all about like the graphics, like the gameplay isn't that good. Like, no way. It's like the control is really good. The stages are frequently dynamic. You know, they're constantly throwing these like new gimmicks at you. You know, there's like it stays fresh through its whole runtime. It's not just the graphics, it's like genuinely a good platformer too. I'm not sure what you're supposed to do there. The music in this level sounds like Silent Hill. Yeah, you're right. It does. You know, since that that playthrough of 2 I did, you know, last week, I've had Silent Hill on the brain. Specifically, like, the audio side of it. And I was checking some stuff out on YouTube, and there are some folks kind of they're finding the samples used within a lot of like the tracks in Silent Hill. You know, like things pulled from sound libraries or like, you know, sample CDs. And that's been really cool. Just like hearing that stuff, you know, isolated. But then also as someone who produces music, it's been really cool as well, because it's like, oh, like this could also I could use this. Getting the distraction factor in now. That's the thing with Silent Hill, it's like a buffet to the senses. You get the nice like kind of adventure game engagement in your brain, solving puzzles and exploration. You get the stimulation of the endorphins as like, you know, effective horror material. The audio aspect, which is stimulating both for horror but then also just interesting sound design, you know? So it's a very satisfying game to play on a number of levels. I think the next one I play will probably be either the first or the fourth. Next time I play one of those. This is another one of my favorite songs from this game. And it's one that I think the actual song goes on for like 2 or 3 times longer than what you would hear in your average stage. Like there's a bit towards the end before it loops where it drops the drums and it's just looping the ambient parts. It's really, really cool. And I've said this a million times before, but I really wish modern games weren't so afraid of having like strong melodies, like proper songs in their soundtracks more often. This music can be so effective in establishing atmosphere and it's like feelings for any particular scene. Like, I want to sit here and, like, I'm not going to sit here and try and, like, analyze the lore of Donkey Kong Country, but this is supposed to be, like, a relatively ancient structure, right? Like, that's the idea. And we're seeing, like, the reptile heads all over the place. So is the implication that the reptiles were here before Donkey Kong and the other apes, and it was originally their land, and now they're coming back, or something? You know what I mean? It's like who knows, but it's just a little bit of fodder for the imagination. It's really cool. I like that. Oops. 4 is great, but it's the slowest of them all. Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's for sure. It's funny, those memories are like already starting to fade, you know, as a kid. It's like I can remember when 2, 3, and 4 came out. 4 being the most pronounced, because I was into, so I mentioned that Silent Hill 2 stream. I played 2 when it came out, and I shouldn't have because I was 11 years old. But by the time 4 came out, it was like a little bit more you know, I probably still shouldn't have been playing it, but relatively mature, you know, more mature. Like maybe start to appreciate some of the deeper themes. Yeah, I remember I pre-ordered 4 from GameStop and I got the soundtrack. I was like blasting that in my car. Because half of that game's the soundtrack, the CD, it had like the vocal tracks and stuff that was just like, you know, it just sounded like Fleetwood Mac or something, you know. King K. Rool is never wrong. I'm sure somebody out there has written a very elaborate backstory treatment to this whole thing. King K. The reptiles were the natives. I mean, speaking from an evolutionary perspective, they probably were. Right? I mean, it's kind of like Chrono Trigger. You know, the reptiles predated the humans in 65 million BC, yet they're considered the enemy for some reason. That's such a sweet game. I gotta play that again soon. I think this summer for me is gonna be the summer of the old school JRPG, because I played through Final Fantasy VI a few months ago, and now I want to play. I want to, you know, started Mario RPG. I also want to play Chrono Trigger, and I want to play some more of the old school Final Fantasies. I mean, this is definitely my favorite era of gaming. It's like the sweet spot between presentation and gameplay in a lot of ways for me. It's like the NES is like the Genesis. I mean, maybe that's the wrong term. The beginning, you know what I mean? Of a lot of these like gameplay concepts. But Super Nintendo, a 16-bit era, I mean Genesis too, is like really where all that stuff got nice and fleshed out. The 3D era, I think, may have come. I mean, a lot of series and companies didn't make the transition just because, again, it was like reinventing the wheel. The bosses in this game are so terrible, but end so quickly that you never think about it. Yeah, I agree. If there's one flaw of this game, it's definitely the bosses. Absolutely. Just something they definitely corrected in the second game. But yeah, the bosses in this one are pretty weak. I mean, K. Rool is okay, but most of them are, yeah, pretty bad. Seem almost like kind of like an afterthought. Yeah, they're just regular enemies that you hit 3 or 5 times instead of once. Oh shit. Whoops. Good thing we got all these lives. I gotta hit this chair with some WD-40 or something. Starting to give some real squeaks. I've never finished the Donkey Kong Country 3. Another game I haven't beat. I mean, I know that it's not as popular as the first two, and I've played about 75% of it, and I'm inclined to agree, both from a level design and the music perspective, but I would like to do a full playthrough at some point, just to really give it like a proper shake. It's just how do you follow up Donkey Kong Country 2, you know, without the rare A team? Because from what I understand, the team that made the first two games went on to Project Dream, which was initially on the SNES and then went on to the N64 and then became, in a weird way, Banjo-Kazooie. So it's kind of like a different team doing DKC3. I'm more of a Western RPG guy. I never finished any JRPG games. I always try to start FF7 or 10 and give up. Yeah, I think growing up I was playing more of the JRPGs. I do love 7 a lot. 6 and 7 are my favorite in the series. 10 I played when it came out. I haven't played it since, so that's probably worth a revisit at some point. But I have love for both, you know, like Baldur's Gate, Icewind Dale, and then especially things like Fallout 1 and 2. I really love those games, and those are things I started to kind of, like other forms of media as a teenager. You start to branch out. It was like the JRPGs were the ones I grew up with, and the Western RPGs were the ones I kind of sought out as a teenager and young adult. Victor, what's your favorite RPG? Oh shit. Forgot I lost my momentum there when I threw that barrel. This is cool scenery too, the treehouse stuff here. It's kind of like the Ewok village. To imagine there's like other Donkey Kong, you know, type characters, other gorillas living in these. Whoops. Living in these huts. I will say Final Fantasy VII is definitely one of my favorite games. I really like it a lot. Damn. Fallout New Vegas for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, that is a fantastic game. One of the best games made in the last... Oh my god, dude, that came out like 2010, 2011? Oh man. But yes, that game is phenomenal. That's when I play Secret? Nope, just a red herring banana. Yeah, New Vegas I play usually once a year. Usually in the summer, so we're coming up on my replay point for that. But that game was... It's like, when Fallout 3 came out, I liked Fallout 3. I know that a lot of people are, you know, like, I don't like it as much as Fallout 1 and 2, but I do like Fallout 3. But New Vegas was a proper Fallout game, through and through. The last time I played New Vegas, I mean, I assume as most people do, I had it modded like crazy. So I had a mod that added like a playable Terminator T800 race. So I was running around as like a, you know, a T800 Terminator. But I also had like a rideable motorcycle mod. Oh crap. And a ton of other stuff too, so it's just a ton of fun. I think my next playthrough I'm going to do kind of like a JC Denton, kind of like hacker, stealthy guy kind of playthrough. You ever play Morrowind? I don't know about that there. to focus. Timing the barrels here. I wonder. There it is. There it is. Trying to get that M. There we go. Never only played Skyrim. Okay, Victor. You gotta play. You need to play Morrowind. I would suggest both Morrowind and Oblivion, but definitely Morrowind. Morrowind is really. It's a lot closer to the New Vegas kind of school of game design where, you know, there's like a 5-minute intro and then you're really cut loose. But the amount of things you can do in that game is just unreal. There's a lot wider of possibilities, I should say. Started playing Oblivion today. Nice. My biggest qualm with Oblivion, I like it. My biggest qualm with Oblivion would be the main quest and the Oblivion gates. Because that stuff, it gets pretty repetitive. But if we're playing on PC, I mean, not only are there mods, but you can skip through those areas pretty quickly. But yeah, Oblivion, you want to do the Dark Brotherhood quest, and they're just the side quests are where it's at in Oblivion. That's what I would suggest you kind of focus on, because there were a lot of great side quests in Oblivion. Just fun, interesting, lots with, you know, different outcome potential. Star Wars Knights of the Round games are awesome too. I have to play those. Those are more games that I have just kind of like ready to go. You know, because I love Mass Effect. Well, the first one anyway. And I know, like, yeah, Knights of the Round, they're supposed to be those like quintessential BioWare RPGs. You know, I've got them in my Steam library. I just haven't played them yet, but I definitely need to soon. I appreciate you reminding me of those because I might play them sometime this summer. Oops. A little distracted here. Yeah, I gotta play Knights of the Round. Where it is? Knights of... Yeah, Knights of the Round, yeah. No, it's not Knights of the Round. What am I thinking of? What is it, though? K-O-R-T-O-R. The Old Republic. Knights of the Old Republic, yeah. Sorry. Sorry to get a little fuzzy here. Knights of the Old Republic, not Knights of the Round Table. we're talking Star Wars, not King Arthur stuff. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I like Star Wars. I don't know. I like the old school stuff. But I'm sure I'd love those games. I'm not like a hardcore Star Wars guy, but I'm sure I'd love those games. The most recent Star Wars game I've played is not recent at all. It was Shadows of the Empire on N64, which I do think is a really cool game. I'll probably play that on stream at some point. Starring Dash Rendar, aka Budget Han Solo. Yeah, that game was really cool. That was really immersive. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, turning up the heat for Donkey Kong here. Alright, let's focus. It's probably going to go down as my longest stream I've ever done. Although we'll see, maybe some point in the future we'll break this one. But I think we just crossed the 6-hour mark. What time is it now? 10:46. Yeah, we've been streaming for 5 hours and 45 minutes. Which for me is certainly a record. But it's one of those things where it's like, you know, what else am I gonna do today at this point? And I enjoy it a lot, so it's fun to do. You know what would be fantastic? I'm sure they don't exist in any capacity anymore. They probably deleted from their hard drives like 20 years ago, but I would love to see the original renders for all the stuff, the original 3D renders. Imagine, I mean, this is a pipe dream, but hear me out. Donkey Kong Country Trilogy Remaster on Switch, featuring all of the original 3D art now incorporated into the game itself. So instead of this being like a low-res, like 240p snapshot compressed, you know, image of a 3D render, it's like, here's like the original scene, you know, both with the backgrounds and the sprites themselves. Would that be amazing? Victor asks, how the Mass Effect sequels compare to the first one? I love the first one, but for some reason I never played the rest. Well, unfortunately, Victor, I don't think they're as good as the first one. They're fun games, don't get me wrong. They're worth playing. It's just they kind of jettison the RPG aspects in favor of more like Hollywood action, both in terms of the gameplay, which kind of becomes more linear corridor shooter, like cover shooter, Gears of War style gameplay. But then the presentation itself goes from like contemplative, you know, like old school kind of like Star Trek kind of sci-fi to more Hollywood one-liners, lots of explosions, stuff like that. I'd definitely say they're still worth playing through, but unfortunately, I think the first game is the peak of the experience. I would love to play another game like the first Mass Effect. Exploring the galaxy, exploring these empty planets and stuff. And just this kind of mysterious existential vibe that the first game had, both in terms of its dialogue, presentation, but the soundtrack. you could really feel the EA influence in 2 and 3, you know? Like, Mass Effect 1 feels like a relatively mature sci-fi story, you know, relatively speaking. And then within the first 10 minutes of Mass Effect 2, you're getting close-ups of, you know, Miranda's ass. You know, which it just feels like it's catering to a much more lowbrow audience than the first few games. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. But hey, you know, trying yourself, you might feel differently. I mean, if you were to go like full bear with the Star Trek comparison, I would say Mass Effect 1 is like the first movie, the motion picture. And then the second one is Wrath of Khan. You know, it's not as... It doesn't feel as deep or existential. But, you know, it's still, you know, an engaging, you know, thrill ride. You're gonna love Coder 2, dude. I'm sure I will. I can't wait to play it. That is on my list, for sure. I don't know why I haven't yet, honestly. Yeah, it's like BioWare. You know, it's one of those companies that got sucked in by EA and lost their soul, unfortunately. Have you played Jade Empire? Never touched that one either. Just take it for a second. I appreciate the sunset setting here. A really nice gradient in the background. The lighting effects on the trees. It's really nice. It's a smart use of assets too, you know? It's like, okay, doing all the 3D rendering stuff is very expensive and time consuming. But you can add some variation to the mix. Sorry, I just sacrificed the ostrich there. All I gotta do is just utilize some variation on the lighting. You can get a lot more mileage out of it. I think I mentioned this last time I was playing Metal Gear Solid 1 the other day on stream. It's like that game has you move through so many environments where it utilizes these graphic assets a single time. And it's at the expense of gameplay. Which, you know, I'm not going to split hairs right now, especially considering I'm not currently playing it, but it's like the initial section of like the loading docks. Instead of that just being like one screen, why not use 3 screens? You know, use the same assets. It's okay. Elongate the gameplay a little bit. You skip all the cutscenes in MGS1, you're left with like an hour-long game. Anyway, that's a completely different topic. RPGs are such a big commitment that sometimes I wait a long time to play some franchises. Yeah, absolutely. You're right. I mean, there's a big difference between playing, you know, something like this you can blast through in a couple hours. Or at least, you know, like pick up and play with, you know, be able to just kind of turn your brain off and melt. Versus, you know, an RPG which you really gotta sink into. One franchise that I've only kind of scratched the surface of is the Shin Megami Tensei series, which is fantastic. I've played about half of the first one on the Super Nintendo, a little of the second. I played through 3 on the PS2, 4 on the DS, and I'm very much looking forward to 5, but there are a million spin-offs, the most popular of which, of course, is Persona, which is even more popular now by like a significant margin than the original series itself. But I definitely prefer the OG games over Persona. It's like hardcore dungeon crawling, demon summoning versus the more kind of social anime aspects of Persona. Persona 3 is one of the best RPGs on PS2. I just got that remaster. Although, that's as about as bare bones as a remaster gets, but I would recommend checking out Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne for sure. That's the 3rd game in the series. That's a fantastic game. So another thing about these levels, again, Donkey Kong Country, there's no time limit. You know, this isn't Mario, not Mario 3, Mario World. There's no time limit. So you're just kind of free to take it at your own pace. Both from a challenge perspective, but also just enjoying the scenery, literally. That looks insane. It's like really subtle, but it's there. Multiple background scrolling layers to convey that sense of depth. It just looks phenomenal. Another thing you gotta remember about these games is, you know, the big competitor for the Super Nintendo is the Sega Genesis. But while Sega kept releasing all of these like add-ons, the 32X, the Sega CD, there was just Super Nintendo. And they were accomplishing certain things they couldn't before on a technological level, just via the addition of chips in the cartridges, which, from a consumer perspective, is fantastic. There's no nonsense involving multiple systems and whatnot. It's just the games. But by doing that, they were able to continue to expand on the technology a bit. You know, and do things like this. I mean, the closest Sega got to this was Vector Man. And I like Vector Man, but I don't think they compare to these games at all. Just in terms of presentation and fun factor. Can't tell if I'm going backwards or not. Okay, I am, probably. Just following the bananas. Yep. Oops. Yeah, the whole add-on thing that's really where Sega shot themselves in the foot. There's so much hardware released in such a short amount of time that it alienated their consumer base. And they weren't getting any kind of substantial profit from any one add-on, so it was just like floundering. I mean, again, Super Nintendo. Okay, there are Super Nintendo games. Sega Genesis. You have Genesis games, 32X games, Sega CD games, and then in some rare cases, 32X Sega CD games, like requiring both pieces of hardware. And then while those were on the market, the Sega CD, you already have the Sega Saturn announced. And that's coming to market. So, like, what did you expect was going to happen? It's like by the time the Dreamcast came out, it was already too late. It was just too many bad decisions piled up on top of one another. It's like with Nintendo, one of their core philosophies has always been keep the hardware profitable. You know, basically since the era of the PS1 with Sony, and same thing with Microsoft. They've been taking losses on system sales and recouping it on game licensing, you know, which has made them tons of money, but year on year profitability, Nintendo is usually the ones taking home the big bucks, because they would rather keep a consistent lineup of weaker hardware instead of trying to stay cutting edge, than making profit on both the hardware and the games. Yeah, the bosses are pretty weak in this game. There's no doubt about that. But fortunately, it's like 5% of the title. The only thing I know about these add-ons is the AVGN episode, which is not a good sign. Yeah, I mean, he nails it though. It's a perfect descriptor of. He nails it. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Everything I just said, everything in those episodes. He's 100% on the ball. I love those classic AVGN episodes. The first 100 episodes of AVGN should be in the Smithsonian because they are perfect, hilarious, insightful, just fantastic. It's like, yeah, he's like shows the Genesis with both add-ons on it. Look at that! It looks like a fucking toilet. Perfect. I've been tempted to try my hand at like kind of, as probably many other people have, kind of like emulating some of that classic AVGN style, but I'd rather not, you know, be an imitator so much in that regard. But he's the man. Those classic episodes are just the best. And not only are they fantastic, but I mean they basically set the framework for so much video game content like now on the internet, on YouTube. Like they're very important in addition to just being very funny. It's funny, the thought I was just having is something I'm pretty sure he remarked on a James and Mike episode when they were playing this. Like this stage, you know, the suspenseful music and how gradually it gets more and more overcast and stormy, and the snow gradually starts picking up in intensity as you go through the stage. Kind of like that South Park joke. You know, Simpsons did it, but it's AVGN did it. Good morning from Germany, my peeps. 5 a.m. for me. Welcome, Brick Boy. You know, I've actually been trying to learn German recently, although I'm just getting started. I can count to 10. Alright, here we go. Correct me if I'm wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I probably completely screwed that up, but let me give me your feedback. Let me know. Victor, I watched the Battletoads AVGN episode like every month. Yeah, it's fantastic. Kyle Justin, he was so good. I just watched the Spider-Man episode with him a couple nights ago. It's so, oh my god. It's a time capsule, you know. It's like it's just fantastic. I can't say enough good about that era of the AVGN. Oh no! That was actually pretty good. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Now I just need to learn more. I just need to learn more other than just counting to 10. It will be great. There's I know a little bit more. Gross is big, and klein is small, right? That's about it, though. That's about the extent of my German. Midnight here in Brazil. That's awesome. I love that I get to talk to you guys in these different parts of the world. I'm in the US, Brick, you're in Germany, Victor, you're in Brazil. That's awesome. It's 11:07 for me here in the US. I'm on the East Coast. I'm in Maine, United States. We brought together by the glory that is retro video games and the best system of all time, the Super Nintendo. I laugh, but I think I mean it. I mean, pound for pound, in terms of like great games, I think the Super Nintendo is hard to beat. I mean, it's hard to beat for sure. Now I just need to learn the rest of the numbers in the alphabet. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm like preschool level. I gotta learn to count more than 10. One of my favorite AVGN episodes was the one with Ninja Gaiden and the training montage. Yes! That's a fantastic episode. like the classic like 80s martial arts movie montage, like the training, but he's like, you know, how to press buttons on an NES controller. I love it. That's one of my favorite episodes. I'm really concentrating here. So much snow, so hard to see. I gotta play the DKC Returns games at some point. I played a little bit of the first one. I gotta play Tropical Freeze. Oh, damn. Get emotional with that training montage. Yeah. For real, man. You know, I think my favorite AVGN bits are the Castlevania marathon. It was like 4 episodes. Those are all fantastic. It's got the humor, the like insightful stuff, the cool editing. You know, I think it's just like the editing of those episodes, you can feel that passion, you know what I mean? Where like he's like, you know, he introduces the game and then it drops like bloody tears as like an awesome like montage of like gameplay with like the close-ups and stuff. But the ending of the 4th one, the last bit of those Castlevania episodes, where it plays the credits music from Castlevania 4, it's just like incredible. There was so much enthusiasm and passion in the early days of AVGN. And don't get me wrong, you know, I still enjoy the occasional episode nowadays, but there was something then. Just like a real passion for the project, you know? Passion for the games. Just really awesome stuff. In terms of pure comedy, my favorite might be the Silver Surfer episode. He just like comes out of the gate swinging, you know? It's like the anger level starts at 11 and then it only goes from there. No! Oh, it's getting hard. I learned English, Brickboy. I learned English mostly through YouTube, grew up with Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, and PewDiePie. I'm watching them for about 11 years now, and it's helped me a lot to understand different accents. That's really interesting. That's really cool. Yeah. This is like a whole new era. You know, YouTube as far as like a cultural source, you know, beyond, you know, there's film, there's music, there's television, but now YouTube it's this kind of intersection of a lot of them, which is really cool. It's really interesting. Or the Gyrobot episode, just hilarious. Yeah, absolutely. Victor, same for me, Brickboy. Yeah. So for me, growing up in America, obviously English is our primary language, but I had a leg up on my reading. Honestly, my reading capabilities because of playing RPGs as a kid. So not only was I reading, you know, books and stuff, but I was playing games, you know, Final Fantasy VI and whatnot, that so much of the impact comes through text. So it both helped me and enabled me to get to a higher level of reading comprehension earlier than a lot of my peers as a kid. It was really cool. So yeah, obviously, you know, the spoken language, but from, you know, reading, it helped me get to a higher level earlier on. Absolutely. I should try and get a hold of Ted Woolsey at some point and just send him like a thank you card. Like, thanks for helping me get ahead while I was in elementary school. That was close. This is getting quite challenging at this point, for a variety of reasons. Oh no! AVGN and Game Grumps from English teachers. Isn't it fantastic? Where did you learn to fly? Yeah, that's one of the all-time classic AVGN bits, isn't it? Alright, I'm gonna give this one more try here. If not, we'll move on to another game. Because I don't want you guys to just have to sit here and suffer through me trying to do the same barrel bit over and over again. So suspenseful. Oh my god. Oh man. The snow just keeps getting thicker and thicker. We did it! Alright. Excellent. Slip slide ride. This reminds me, you know, we were talking about David Wise's music. It is great, but like many other video game artists, there are definitely the points of inspiration. You guys are probably both familiar with Vangelis, but if not, I would definitely recommend checking out his output. He did the soundtrack for Blade Runner, Chariots of Fire, and many other films, but his... I think like guys like him, Kentaro, Isao Tomita, these like 70s and 80s like synthesizer artists, I think were a big influence on a lot of video game composers in this era. Like the ice stage from Donkey Kong Country 2, you know, all respect given to David Wise, but the ice cave music from Donkey Kong Country 2 is very, very similar to the piece Antarctica by Vangelis. Victor, I remember playing Silent Hill 2 and not understanding anything because there was not a Portuguese version of this game. When I was finally able to understand the story, it was such a big accomplishment. Excellent. That's awesome. Good for you, man. That's really cool. Props. The closest thing I have to a language barrier story would be, I think I might have mentioned this before, but I purchased Mother 3 when it came out, like the Japanese version. I have like a boxed, you know, Japanese Game Boy Advance cart of it, and I don't speak any Japanese whatsoever, but I just wanted to, as a fan of the series, you know, have that and try and show my support. And before Tomato released his translation, you know, I tried to play through it. I made it through the first like 3 chapters or so, just trying to surmise what was happening through music and you know, the character animations and stuff. And you know, I probably understood about 25% of the plot, but obviously anything remotely greater than surface level stuff I wasn't picking up on. But I still have that around here somewhere. Those Japanese GBA boxes are they're really cool. They're really, I mean, this is, I think, kind of like the general Japanese philosophy when it comes to a lot of like packaging stuff, but it's this really, they're like smaller, rectangular, like nice little boxes. It's really cool. Vangelis did the Blade Runner OST, right? Yes, he did. Yes, that was Vangelis. Yeah, he did, of course. Fantastic work on that. I would encourage you to check out the full, like, the released soundtrack for it. You know, you can find it on YouTube. Because he did several pieces which are not in the film, but are really, really cool. You know, just nice, like, original songs, pieces of music. Oh, jumped too far. But yeah, his Blade Runner soundtrack is probably his most famous, I think. For good reason, you know, it is fantastic. But if you like him, I would definitely recommend checking out a Japanese artist named Kintaro, Kintaro. Very similar with the synthesizer, like the heavy, like Moog, just like really focusing on really lush, you know, analog synthesizer tones with the really great melodies, soundscapes. Look up Kintaro Silk Road. There's like 4 albums of that series, and just start with the first one. And if you like Vangelis, if you like that style of music, you'll love it. I promise. When I think of like the 70s and 80s like synthesizer pioneers, like obviously there's Kraftwerk, but then it's Vangelis, Kintaro, Mort Garson, and then you have artists like Tangerine Dream and stuff, but those guys are really the big wigs, I think. And that's definitely a sound I have a lot of appreciation for. Like, I love synthesizers. It's probably, you know, my favorite instrument. Obviously, there's a wide range of synthesizers, but just like the possibilities inherent. But analog synthesizers in that era where it's just like really exploring just these super lush tones, I'm a big fan of. So I'm a huge fan of PS2 games. They were my childhood. I have a huge 700 game collection and about 300 more games for PS1 and PS3, all physical. Holy cow. That is great. That is awesome. I do not have that many PS2 games. I think at my collection's biggest point, I probably had 15 PS2 games. You know, I played tons of them, obviously, but for me, for better for worse, it was in that era as a teenager where I would I'd play a game, and unless I was like, I loved it, and I was like, I could never sell this. Like, even if I enjoyed playing through it, I would sell it, you know, for cash. You know, obviously, chump change, like GameStop or other, you know, stores, and put it towards another game. But yeah, PS2 has so many good games. Victor, PS2 is my favorite console. So many classics. Absolutely. Yeah, it's got to be either Super Nintendo or PS2 for me. PS2 is definitely close. And obviously it's a subjective thing, but no one can deny the sheer amount of insane good PS2 games. I think with the PS2 era, you had that perfect storm, okay? You had developers, you know, like the 3D era, they got to cut their teeth. They got to cut their teeth on the PS1. They're like, okay, you know, we'll get the experience developing for PS1. Limited experience and like really limited hardware. But PS2 was that insane sweet spot where the hardware was capable enough to really realize these ideas, these gameplay concepts, these graphics, but not be so expensive to do so that they couldn't afford to experiment. Which meant that as consumers, we were left with just a crazy library of games, because you had the AAA, the AA, the single A, the B, there were so many budget spaces for these games that you got such a variety. And for better for worse, once we moved into the HD era, the budgets got so much higher that it killed a lot of studios. It really did. It killed a lot of studios just out of the gate, just because they just couldn't afford to do the experimentation anymore. But then, in addition, the ones that managed to stay afloat, they had to stop experimenting so much because they had to get because the budgets were higher, they had to get the higher reinvestments. So it sucked. So that, is a similar way to the 2D era of the SNES and Genesis. It was a golden era for developers and consumers, because it was really, we got the best of both worlds for everybody. We really did. Oh no, my heart is bleeding. But I made the same mistake and sold a few good ones when I was a few years younger. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, there are many games now that I really regret selling for a variety of reasons. Both because I would love to revisit them, or because they would be valuable now. But that's the thing, I was like, PS2 era, I was like 13, 14. Didn't have a lot of income, so when I wanted to play a new game, it meant, a lot of the time it meant, okay, scrounging up some cash to try and buy one. Which unfortunately a lot of the time meant selling some older games. But even then, simultaneously, while that was happening, that was also kind of a renaissance for me for the NES and Super Nintendo. Because that, you could argue, I think would probably be like the Renaissance era for those systems. I remember going to all these like yard sales as a teenager. Like I got my first job when I was 15. And that was in that nice spot where NES was like totally, no one cared about it. I mean, it's like popularity. Obviously people always love the NES, but you could go to these yard sales and I would just buy tons of the 8 and 16-bit systems and games for chump change, It's like, yeah, I could go buy a PS2 game for, 40 or 50 bucks. Or I can, spend an afternoon, like, checking out yard sales and come home with, like, 30 NES games for the same price. Or 20 Super Nintendo games or Genesis games for the same price. But I was I'm a huge fan of that era, for sure. In fact, I'll say this, maybe bold. This may be a bold statement. I would be happy if game graphics peaked at PS2 era if it meant that they continued to experiment with actual game design and experimentation, Like, imagine if instead of spending the resources on just more polygons, more shader effects, blah, 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 we spent it on bigger environments, more simultaneous stuff happening on screen at once, So you picture, like, San Andreas, like GTA San Andreas. Instead of worrying about the graphics and, like, cutting features for GTA 4, what if we had stayed at that same graphic level and it got to a point where we had, like, hundreds or thousands of NPCs or cars or just, more stuff happening instead of just better graphics? Shadow of the Colossus is the type of game we never see anymore with such a creative idea with big budget. Yeah, I agree with you guys 100%. I remember when that came out. I was 14. That was amazing. I had played Ico, and there was the hype for me, but Sony really, all credit due to Sony, They really gave that game the marketing push that it deserved, Shadow of the Colossus, at least here in the States. And it did well, as it should have, because it was a fantastic game. A good friend of mine, he shows up on my streams here sometimes. We'll see if he does tonight. He hasn't so far, but Nintendo Man, that's his favorite game, Shadow of the Colossus. Good reason. Yeah, Ueda is someone who I think should be considered an absolute auteur in the medium of gaming. Miyamoto, of course. Ueda, he's up there. And of course, our boy, Hidetaka Miyazaki. Did you guys play Last Guardian? I got that at launch, and that actually might be my favorite out of his 3 Ico games. That one might be my favorite. In terms of gameplay, I'd probably hand it to Shadow being my favorite, but Last Guardian as like a full package, as an experience, I don't know if you can beat that one as far as his games go. I'll say this, it takes a lot for any kind of like fictional media to get like an emotional response out of me. I can appreciate it, but it does take a lot to actually garner like a true emotional response. All of his games have, but Last Guardian, that hit me hard. That game is an emotional roller coaster. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. But it's kind of like Silent Hill 2 in a way, where it's like, it's so emotionally intense that I think I will probably play that game like once every 5 years. Just because you end up feeling just so emotionally raw afterwards. Sorry, I'm just really focusing right now. This game's really starting to crank up the difficulty. Missed the O. Looks like there's a secret back there. Missed it. Oops. Well, Donkey Kong Swim, maybe Diddy's getting a little tired. Oh god, the jellyfish. So many. Yes. See, I never played it on the PS4. I feel like Last Guardian didn't get much attention when it came out, but maybe I missed it. You're right. Yeah, it was kind of weirdly overlooked, and I think it was just a result of its development schedule, unfortunately, because originally it was going to be a PS3 game, and that didn't end up happening, got delayed until the PS4 era, and I think by that point, the mainstream hype that it had kind of died a bit, which is really unfortunate, because it's just as good as Ico and Shadow of the Colossus, in my opinion. But I would give it my highest recommendation. It's just as good as those games, and as I said, it's my personal favorite out of the 3. but I really like weird games like Mr. Mosquito, where you have to suck blood from a Japanese family in order to survive the winter, or Space Channel 5. You know, I am familiar with both of those games, but I haven't played either of them, and I really should, because you're right. Those games are awesome, but it's like a prime example of that era of gaming, that experimentation, that weirdness, that awesome stuff. I still have some cool PS1 demo discs from the 90s. They're still working even though they look like crap. I have one. I have the one that came with my PS1. And I will definitely be playing it on stream soon. That's going to be a stream in itself. I'm going to launch it up and I'm just going to play through all the demos on there. Because it's a time capsule. There's the presentation of, like, you know, the menu picking the demos, which is cool as hell. But then there's all these other games which I never ended up playing, like the full games of, like Blast Chamber. There's a demo of that on there. That's awesome. Victor, Cynthia in the 90s is probably my favorite game too, because the game was told much more visually through gameplay. Even though not understanding English, could grasp what was going on. Yes, absolutely, 100% agreed. That is a killer game. One of my favorites. And one that I am definitely due for a replay for, because it's probably been about 10 years since I've played that. But yeah, that's also one of my favorite games. Alright. I'm going to pause here for a sec here. You guys are probably good, but if anyone has any kind of like epileptic tendencies, you might want to be careful with this next scene, because like this and Donkey Kong Country 2, whenever you turn around with the flashlight character here with the parrot, it flashes the screen in a way that might be bad for someone with epilepsy. So I just want to give you... I know the odds are pretty low on a number of levels, but I just want to throw that out there. Because it's kind of, you know, it's a realistic effect, but also kind of, maybe intense for the eyes. Alright, we're Diddy. We can't jump on those guys. Excuse me. We made it! Oh, Shadow of the Colossus you meant. Yeah. Well, hey, that too. I think both games kind of succeed in that regard, but yeah, definitely more so Shadow of the Colossus. Okay, so this is like the second or third time I brought up Hideo Kojima today, but guys like Ueda, Ico, Shadow of the Colossus, I feel like they deserve so much more credit than Kojima. You know, like Metal Gear Solid has its moments where like it actually manages to incorporate the storyline into the gameplay, but most of the time you're just watching cutscenes. Compare that to Shadow of the Colossus, where it's conveying so much during real-time gameplay, especially, of course, during the ending of the game, the climax, where I won't spoil it for anyone who hasn't played it, but you are still in control in a very, very different context, which it just completely recontextualizes so much that's happened up until that point. I love that. I love it. And I feel like most of the time it does happen with the Japanese games. I can't think of many examples in American developed games that manage to do that insane, like, bridge of gameplay and narrative. Like Shadow of the Colossus has it, especially right at the ending there. The Last Guardian has it. The very last thing you do in The Last Guardian, the last input the player has, it'll break your heart. It's insane. And Kojima has a bunch of them in his games too, absolutely. Same thing with Metal Gear Solid 3. One of the last things you do in that game, And again, I won't spoil it, but one of the last actual inputs the player has is a very significant moment in terms of storyline. You got to do it yourself. You don't just see it happen in a cutscene. Shit. Sorry. I'm getting all worked up here. Not even focusing on the games here. There's a similar moment towards the end of Metal Gear Solid 4, although it does it a lot towards the climax of that game. But again, I won't spoil it, but all I have to say is the hallway at the end of MGS4. The hallway. Anyone who's played it knows what I'm talking about. Phantom Pain was missing that. It was missing that element. Although that may have been due to its developmental troubles. So who knows? Yeah, those parts are usually my favorite bits of any kind of Kojima game. Of course, you have your classic examples, Psycho Mantis and MGS1. All the crazy stuff that starts going on towards the end of MGS2 once you're in Arsenal gear. Whoops. Victor, I think Kojima is a more classic style game where the gameplay and cutscenes are completely different things most of the time. Not saying it's better. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. That's the thing. It's like I recognize in terms of just like overall presentation quality, an MGS1, you know, is stepping the game up there. No pun intended. But I do feel like it gets a little too much credit where it's like I was watching this YouTube video last night before I went to bed. I don't remember the name, so I couldn't tell you the name of the channel, but he was like, the stuff he was attributing to Kojima, where it's like acting as if he had invented the concept of like a cutscene in a video game. It's like, no, not quite. You know, is the presentation good? Yeah, but let's give credit where credit's due. But he has his moments for sure, as I was just talking about, where he does manage to actually bridge gameplay and narrative in a really cool way. We've got here our rematch with the Beaver boss. We see the Rare developers already starting to run out of ideas for the bosses. Victor says, the ending of MGS2 is one of the most brilliant things I've ever seen, not only in games. I agree. I agree. That is definitely one of the best moments in anything he's been involved with. That same ex-girlfriend I mentioned earlier about showing her the soundtrack for Donkey Kong Country 2. I just happened to be finishing up a playthrough of MGS2 one time when she arrived, and you know, again, she's not someone who normally cares about video games, but she was totally enraptured by the whole end bit of MGS2. Okay. This piece of music here. Credit given where credit due. Again, Dave Wise. Fantastic piece of music. And really effectively starting to sell. It's like, okay, this is it. You're starting to approach the end game. We're getting serious. Then of course you have the meta element of K. Rool with the industrialization of Donkey Kong Island, introducing the factory, the robotics. What does it all mean? Does it mean anything? Who knows? All I know is this music is incredible. Yeah, oh my god, the soundtrack. It sounds like some Aphex Twin or something. Sounds like it could have been one of the Analog Bubble Bath releases, if you guys are familiar with him at all. Whoops. Alright, once again, I'm getting all worked up thinking about another topic here. Yeah, if you guys, obviously, I mean, I'm sure, assume everybody has heard of Aphex Twin, but if not, check him out. One of the best electronic musicians of all time. In particular, I think this track could have been on, it almost sounds like something could have been on Analog Bubble Bath 3. Victor, it is the beaver, but now more beaver than ever. Exactly. Alright, Hyde, focus. Focus. I'm getting so excited thinking about all these other topics, and I'm forgetting to actually focus on the gameplay here. Shit. Yeah, these guys are like the successor of the old school Donkey Kong school. They're like the cousins of Cranky Kong. They're still all about the barrel throwing. That's like their modus operandi. I gotta slow down a little bit. Take these guys out. Shit. Yeah, it's like a trap right there. Brick Boy, alright guys, gotta go. Thanks for streaming. Have a good one. Until next time. Hey, Brick Boy, thanks a lot for joining us. Have a great day, great evening. Thank you very much for joining and chatting. I really appreciate it. Alright, when we come up to this next monkey, I gotta remember not to jump at the bottom bit. There we go. The chains in the foreground and the pipes and whatnot, it's a really nice touch, just adding depth to the scene. This game is so good. Is it? I'm trying to remember. Fire comes up just once here. It's later when it starts doing like the double thing. Right. Scratching his head, he's trying to figure it all out. There it is, yeah. Damn. Like, comes up and kind of peaks twice. Once. And then twice, right? 3 times. Yeah, you just gotta watch his patterns. Gotta watch his patterns. 1, 2, 3. No problem. Nice. Alright. Victor, now that I'm remembering, Mass Effect 1 had a lot of songs with the synthesizer. Yeah, it did. And that's another one of the reasons why I loved it so much. You know, it was definitely taking a cue from that 80s style of synthesizer music. The Vangelis, the Kintaro. Just that vibe. It definitely had that. The sequels have more of kind of a kind of generic, you know, Hollywood orchestration music. And there are great pieces of music, don't get me wrong. But the instrumentation and the intention changed quite a bit. Gotta watch out for those coconuts. I'm thinking of another AVGN moment here, but I won't say it. This is gotta spoil the song a little bit. Da-da-da. Do-do-do. Let's see. What's the point of Donkey and Diddy both being in the level? It's basically like Mario getting a mushroom so he can take one more hit, but then why can Donkey and Diddy switch positions? It is kind of like that. You know, it's like basically, like you said, getting an additional hit, you know, like an additional life point, basically. They do have a few differences in control. Diddy is a little faster, his roll is longer, but to compensate, Donkey Kong can take out the big grunt kind of enemies, whereas Diddy will just like bounce off of them. So there are some minor pros and cons to each of them, which is kind of neat to add a little bit more of a dynamic to the two of them. They go even further with that in Donkey Kong Country 2, where Diddy gets the propeller hair, which can slower descents or jumps and whatnot. It's not super significant, but it is a nice little touch. Jeez, I didn't even realize how far we are into this game. We might be able to beat this tonight. I don't want to jinx it, but we're getting pretty close. This is definitely a lot easier than the last time I played it, which was on the Switch, on the Super Nintendo app that's on there. Not only because there's some, you know, some degree of input lag on an LCD TV, which is what I was playing it on, but I was also playing it online with a friend, which introduced even more input lag because of the online connectivity. So to play this on a CRT, it's quite a bit easier. So long for the ride for a little bit there. There we go. Yeah, this game is very Super Mario. Yeah, you know, it took, like anything else should, took some inspiration from it and did its own thing. But that core philosophy is there. I mean, I feel like it's pretty basic to say, you know, it's like, oh, Miyamoto, you know, is such an incredible game designer and everything. Like, obviously. But really, just like digging into it, like, the guy invented the 2D platformer. You know? There were no 2D platformers before Super Mario Bros. At least any good ones. And he did similar stuff with Zelda. And then he did it again with Super Mario 64. It's like, you talk about single most influential figures in game design. I mean, it's Miyamoto. I don't think anyone could argue that. Donkey Kong, where are you? There you are. You sound coming. Snake's just like popping out of the barrel. Nice. Yeah, so for like those guys, for example, only Donkey Kong can take those guys out. Unless you have a barrel to throw at them. Like, you can be a regular barrel, you can be a barrel like this. But only Donkey Kong, normally, could jump on those guys. Diddy will just bounce off them. It's one of those little differences. It's just the thick reptile boy. Reminds me of one of my cats for some reason. Yeah, Donkey Kong can both jump on them and roll on them. KG. Miss Theon. It's another nice little touch, the little personalization giving in the animations. It's like Donkey Kong crouching here. It's like, look at this. That's fantastic. Same thing with Diddy. Just a few well-meaning but ultimately confused primates. So that sound effect you guys probably recognize, they reutilized. Well, I mean, it's used in a track in this. It's used in the, like, the dark mine levels with like the stop and go signs. But used probably more iconically in the Donkey Kong Country 2 soundtrack in the mine levels. Used as a piece of percussion in there. Oh shit. Rush a little bit. Victor, it's almost 1 a.m. and gotta work tomorrow. See you next time, man. Hey, Victor. Thanks a lot. Again, I really appreciate you stopping in, hanging out, chatting with you. Really awesome, man. Thank you very much. I hope you have a great night. Get some sleep, buddy. Take care. You guys are awesome. It's like, again, this is a teeny little YouTube channel, but to have like regular stopping by and chatting is a really cool thing. So I really appreciate it. Careful with these jumps here. Should be right at the end here. I think there's probably a secret down there, but I'm not gonna mess with that. Save the game. Yeah, speaking of time, it's almost midnight here. But we're still going strong. We're not done yet. It's gonna be an Olympian level length stream. So I mentioned earlier a little bit about the, you know, just using like subtle, you know, or just like little variations on presentation to keep it fresh. And this is another example of that. It's like the underwater tile set again, but like it's, you know, remixing it a bit. The green water, the fog, and then just, of course, different gameplay elements, like now these like spinning spiked wheel things. It just does a really good job to keep things fresh. You know, it's just really, it's making the most out of your limited resources. Just like the credo of like the 90s game developer. I just remember this level being pretty challenging, though. So we may have to focus. The enemy fish getting shrouded in the polluted stuff here. So speaking of, that was another conversation with Nintendo Mad when we played through this a few months ago. It's like going overboard thinking about the meta elements of the presentation. Like K. Rool kind of being like an analog to, you know, humanity basically with like the industrialization and whatnot. It's all about just realize you've been streaming for 6 hours. Yeah, I have been. Isn't that crazy? What can I say? I mean, I'm self-employed, and I'm very thankful for that. And each day of the week for me, you know, I have like a list of things I want to do, and I get them done. But today was kind of like a really lucky lineup of not having very many chores I needed to do, being ahead of the game on projects that I'm working on. So, I mean, and then just like a lack of anything, you know, planned. So really, you know, I did my workout, I picked up my groceries, I got a few other chores done, you know, by this afternoon, and since then, I've just had the whole day free, and yeah, time's just flying by. Just chilling, playing some of my favorite games. Hanging out with you guys. It's been a lot of fun. What kind of work do I do? I do a few different things. I do video production. I do audio work, both in terms of music production and just like audio work. I do some teaching gigs. I work with a few nonprofits. But I'm very, very lucky to have kind of lifestyle that I do where 99% of my life is, and I mean, it took a long time to get here, but 99% of my life is just like, you know, what I want to do, making my own schedule. Oh my god! A tire came out of nowhere. I'm playing like a real dummy now. You know, it's kind of along the same lines. I had this thought the other night. You know, it was like almost 2 a.m. It was getting like, you know, it was like 2 a.m. and I was thinking like, gosh, I should go to bed. And it occurred to me, it's like, well, number one, why? You know, I'm not tired. I'm not physically tired because I woke up late, relatively speaking. And then it's like, there's no timetable commitments for anything I have to do. So like, what difference does it make? You know, if I wake up at, if I wake up at 11, I'm still gonna be able to do everything that I need to do tomorrow. So it's pretty cool, you know. It's a degree of freedom that I realize most people don't have, and I'm extremely fortunate and thankful to have myself. And I know that this probably won't last forever. It probably won't even last the next couple years, but as of right now, for me, it's really nice to focus on positives, you know, especially when there's so much negativity happening, you know, outside in the world right now. It's really, really awesome to just try and take a deep breath and realize that I've got a very good thing going for me right now. Sort of a freelance situation based on a diverse skill set. Yeah, exactly. A skill set which does not include being very good at Donkey Kong Country. Oh boy. I think I saved right before that level. Yeah, we're good. Perfect. That's like me with still enjoying college for a minute. Haha, thanks. Being thankful for stuff like summer breaks. Absolutely. Let me tell you right now. Enjoy college while you're there. You know, some people, you know, they're the type they look back and like high school was like the peak or whatever. But I think for even more people, college is like, it should be the ultimate experience. Just in terms of meeting so many people and like getting outside of these like frameworks and cliques and cliches that you were in high school, and just having so many opportunities in front of you, both in terms of employment, but then also just a social perspective, meeting people. You know, I know things are harder right now and really different because of pandemic, but take advantage of it while you can. That'd be my biggest recommendation to anyone. I extremely enjoyed my time in college, and I'm not like one of these people like, oh yeah, that was the best time of my life, like it's all downhill from here, but I loved my time in university, and I would encourage everyone while you're there to make the most of it. Also been in college a while and shooting different directions, well, I'm not sure what I want to do. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that at all. I think that probably categorizes the majority of people there, you know? It's like, there's something kind of funny about, you know, the fact that you can't buy alcohol until you're 21, you know? Just for example, in the United States, you can't buy alcohol until you're 21, but you can sign up for college and get tens of thousands of dollars in debt. You can sign up for the military and go get into a potentially life-ending situation, you know, on the other side of the planet. But you can't buy alcohol. No, you can't do that. Yeah, you know. But yeah, just experiment. Try different things, you know? I'm 31 now. I've been out of college for 6 years? 7 years. Wow. But my advice to anyone, yeah, just try lots of different things. Sign up for all the different programs. Anything you're interested in, try it. Even if you're scared or nervous to do it, try it. Because I guarantee you'll make surprising connections, you'll learn a lot about yourself, you'll meet some great friends, and it will just be very, very valuable for your life in general. This is the perfect music soundtrack for that, isn't it? These like existential themes. Go to college, then think of stuff to do. It's all your life. And you have to, I mean, literally, I don't want to go off on too much of a tangent on college here, but half of college is the social networking aspect of that. Don't neglect it. Because oh, there's that tire again. For me, there was the, you know, experience and like, you know, hardcore like knowledge aspect. But the networking aspect of it turned out to be even more valuable for me. Just like the people I met and the connections I made. My primary source, I don't want to go too deep on the information here, but my primary gig that I do was a result of a college professor recommending me for a certain organization. I'll just leave it at that, but the connections, the social networking aspect of college is the most important part. I'm sure Donkey Kong himself would agree. Oh my god. Oh no! I'm playing so sloppy now. Alright. Focus! Focus, Donkey Kong. Yeah, it really is all about the networking. I mean, so many job opportunities, so many just friendship opportunities. So you gotta realize, like, so many employers are directly looking at universities for recruitment. You know, there's that aspect of it. It's just straight up like who's graduating this year? Let's take them on board. The important part is to know when you're being taken advantage of in terms of internships versus employment. You know, internships definitely do the first couple years of college, but once you're a junior or a senior near university, you should be getting paid for the work that you're doing. Okay. All right. I'm gonna focus on the game and stop trying to give college suggestions from here on out. It's funny. I never thought I would be in this position, sitting here playing Donkey Kong Country, giving advice about this kind of thing. Not that I mind. I don't mind at all. It's kind of a funny sequence of events. You know. Am I safe in this corner? Yes, I am. Safety. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Okay, getting close to the exit. We're on our last life here. Yeah, I remember that one. They threw you a couple curveballs right as you get to the finish line here. I remember that the last time I played this. Oh! Oh! Oh my god. There it was, the Sidewinder, the curveball. Yeah, I didn't think I'd be in this situation as a viewer either. Well, that's the thing. That's what's so cool about streaming and stuff. You get to have these kind of conversations you'd never think you'd have. And believe me, it's crazy for me to be in this perspective of giving advice. You know what I mean? Like, I'm 31. I was like, when did that happen? And it's like giving advice to people that are in college. You guys are like a decade younger than me. Like, what? But it's cool. I really dig it. I think there are a lot of issues with social media and the internet and how it's affecting us culturally, but there are a lot of cool things too, and you know, these kinds of interactions are one of them. I don't trust that wheel. That was like a pixel perfect dodge. Oh boy. It's funny, like the Rareware design, these like super cute like animals, deadly. I've said it before, but I'm extremely thankful to be in my situation in a lot of ways. Like, you know, some aspects, obviously pandemic and other things. You know, things can suck, but I do have a lot of positive things happening right now, and one of them is, you know, just the ability to just chill and like play these like games that I really enjoy and chat with people of like-minded perspectives, you know? It's really, really nice. We gotta beat this level because I've been stuck on this single level now for like a half hour. I'm gonna focus. I'm really gonna focus now. Focus, focus, focus. Try to take my time where applicable. Probably gonna get killed here. Whew. Alright, here it is. The final gauntlet of the stage. I'm trying to see if there's like some kind of rhythm with the fish. It's like slow fish top, slow fish bottom, slow fish middle, but it doesn't seem like there's a consistency there. It just throws you the curveballs like that. It's hard, yeah. It doesn't seem like there's a consistency with those fish. This gorilla swimming around in this polluted water. Same could be said for all of us, really. Barrel on the bottom left here, right? No. It's the next bit. It's over here. Right. Yeah, the stage is very hard. This is definitely where I got stuck last time playing this. A few months back. Nintendo Mad, where are you? That was a close call. As I say, we're playing it on the Switch on the online play. Come on. Oh my god, yes! Save the game, please. Save that game, Candy. That was an Olympian effort, I'll tell you what. Minecart Madness. Here we go again. So weird. Climb up this little rope and then jump into another minecart. Whoosh. Scary. Let's first try this one, shall we? Knock on wood. Let's do it. like to think I'm pretty good at the minecart sections. That sneaky little beaver. Nice. Nailed it. Alright. Cool. Save again before we... I'm not sure if that's a boss or not. But either way, no reason not to save. Blackout basement. Yeah, you want to talk about the college days. There you go. Sigma Nu. Oh god. Yeah, with a similar outcome. I have so many stories, but this probably isn't the place to talk about them. This rope. You know, another reason why I wanted to stream for a long time today was, you know, not just because it's been like a week and a half, almost 2 weeks since I had it last time, but I'm probably gonna be away from internet the next few days, so I wanted to kind of make up for lost time, so to speak. Party stories? Yeah, you better believe it. My god. Yeah, I have many stories. Go. Boss Dumb Drum. Dumb Drum, right. Yeah, this boss is like the lowest amount of effort possible. Rare put into any of these. Getting all our bananas back, though. I mean, look at this. This is just one room. This is just one boss. Getting all the bananas back. And that's it. That's the boss. That's the boss, ladies and gentlemen. The drum. The keg. Shit, we probably should have gone back and saved. Alright, let's just try and crush this. No more deaths. No game overs. Let's just wrap this up, shall we? So again, I gotta say, like, not just making the platformer gameplay more challenging, you know, with the enemies and whatnot, but adding new elements of this whole fuel system here. This game is underrated just from the sense of the gameplay stuff that it was bringing to the table. Like, it wasn't just a pretty face, so to speak. No! It had all this gameplay variety. It should be commended for. Slowpoke, gotta go to bed now. Good luck. Hey, thanks a lot, man. I really appreciate it. Great talking to you. Thanks for joining me, and good luck to you. I think we just screwed ourselves for throwing that tire off the side. No! Yeah, we're dead. Try again. Yeah, gotta get the tire. Very important. Yeah, gotta get the tire. Very important. No! It's like you're screwed. You can't do anything. You might as well just suicide. What are you gonna do? Nothing. Can't do it. Alright. Here we go. Getting a healthy amount of bananas, though. So we should be good on the lives. Hopefully. Knock on wood. Don't go too fast. It slows down a little bit, which throws you up. I mean, throws you up. Throws you off. Excuse me. And it gives you that barrel there as kind of like a safety net, so to speak, in case you didn't grab the tire, but you wouldn't have been able to make it there if you didn't have the tire, so who cares? I don't know what happened there. Alright. It's been said many times before, but it is definitely quite a bit more challenging to stream and try and like talk and stuff while playing instead of just playing. That was my bad. Just rolled off the edge. Anyone else want to pop into chat here and give you advice about your life? Or try to. Try and beat Donkey Kong Country. That should have been mine. Yeah, this is where it gets crazy. Yeah, this is getting really hard now. Vision is starting to go a little bit now that we're almost at 12:30 here. We're going strong. Keeping up that DK mojo. No! So you're just screwed. There's nothing you can do. Or maybe you can do that and jump back. I don't know. Either way, we should probably stick with the tire. Just gotta focus. It's the last stage we'll go back to before that barrel boss. Which isn't a challenge at all, just annoying. So this music is very relaxing in comparison to what we're currently dealing with here. Pretty intense, obviously. I think we're almost there though, right? Yes. Alright. So they like to hit you with these sidewinders right before the end of the level. That's something I noticed last time I was playing through this. It's like right before you cross the finish line, they throw some kind of wild beaver at you. You gotta watch out. Of course, if we die now, we're gonna have to redo that stage, so let's not die. Okay, so the rhino cannot take out the tires. You know what that beaver sounds like? That sounds like one of my cats in the morning when he's like demanding food. It's like exactly the sound he makes. That high-pitched, yeah. It's not even like a cat meow, it's just like, yeah. Yeah, give me some food. He's great though, of course. We all love our cats, don't we? Shit. Oh, God. Oh, I got another life. Got another life. Alright. I really don't want to redo any of this, so let's do a good job here, yeah? Oh, that was that was good timing, wasn't it? Can you switch again? Right. I mean, I mentioned earlier the differences between Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong, but shit. I feel like in most instances you want Donkey Kong. Oh? Just because of his ability to take out those big guys. He's really not that much slower or less agile than Diddy. Excellent. So what we need is a save point. I don't recall this level being too bad. I'm gonna jinx myself. So far, so good though, huh? That's awesome. It's like the built-in timing. I like that. Or you can hear that. It's like that same like rhythmic motif was used in Donkey Kong Country 2 in the mine levels. It's really cool. Yeah, pretty easy level in comparison to the last few. Let's see what's up here. We beat this level when we get to the save point, so should be fine. It's like when you have flux turned on your computer, turned all the way up. Okay. It's like just enough air to take you out. The sound of those guys clacking their teeth is some real ASMR stuff for me. I really like that sound for some reason. And there's the floor. So we're gonna do the smart thing. Save our game. Oh shit. Yeah, we're gonna save our game. I'll give it one more shot. I may have to tune in soon. Tune out soon, I should say. It is approaching 1 a.m. I've been streaming since 5 o'clock. And I am getting pretty hungry and pretty tired. So we'll give this one more try. This is definitely a speedrunner kind of level. Okay. Yeah. Alright, I think it's probably about time to call it a night. I've been streaming for almost 7 hours. Oh wait. It's 1 o'clock? 5 o'clock. Almost 8 hours. 7.5 hours I've been streaming. So, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go, and I'm gonna go eat some dinner, and then I'm gonna go pass out. But thank you very, very much to those of you who joined me. Special shout out goes to Sabotage, Trey, Malice, Victor, Quizerno, Brickboy, well, Slophog. Thank you guys. Thank you all very, 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 very much for joining me. You're awesome. I love you guys. I'll probably stream again a little later this week. It probably won't be such an epic one like this. But it will be again soon. So thanks a lot. Have a great night, everybody. Great day. Thanks for joining me. Adios.